טוב, התחלנו. כן, דקה לפני. נכנס שנייה. בוא נתחיל. נשים היום את הסיפור שלה. של גאניו. Get the story. טוב. זה הכי נקודה הכי קרובה אליה. אני חייב להשתגר לפה. ונרד לפה. לעוף. להוריד כנפיים. נוריד. אוקיי.
It's shocking how much work there is to do, even for the three of us.
And she's been handling it alone all along. The Qixing secretary clearly isn't an ordinary person. It's so frustrating.
Huh? You're
Ken.
Aren't you Ningguang's servants? How come you're here?
Servants, משרתים, אוקיי.
We are Miss Ningguang's private secretaries, not servants.
לא משרתים.
Have you seen Miss Gאניו, traveler?
מיס גאניו. ראיתם את מיסטר.
It has been several days since Gאניו left for Joyun Karst. She's the general secretary of the Liyue Qixing. We've only taken over her responsibilities until she gets back.
Okay.
Even though the Qixing have made peace with the Adepti after the latter had denounced Liyue, they still want to pay their respects to the Illuminated ones.
Illuminate.
They commissioned Gאניו as their envoy to deliver a letter to Joyun Karst and bring the Adepti the latest news about the crisis. Still, Gאניו should have been back to her usual responsibilities by now, but she's disappeared without a trace.
Okay.
Is that so? Maybe Gאניו just took a little detour. Who can blame her after working so hard?
גאניו,
I'm afraid it's not very likely. Ever since we met Ms. Gאניו, she's been nothing but the most conscientious person in all of Liyue. Even when it's time for her annual leave, Ms. Gאניו stays on duty at Yuehai Pavilion saying there is still so much to do.
Okay. אפשר לראה הכל בגדול.
She couldn't possibly be using her mission as an excuse to slack off.
Oh, Paimon sees how it is. But she's half Adeptus. She wouldn't get in trouble, right? Why do you look so upset?
It's because of this absurd workload of hers. When we first heard the three of us would be taking over for Miss Gאניו, we thought it would simply be a matter of changing our work environment.
We couldn't have imagined that Miss Gאניו's daily workload far exceeds what the three of us are used to doing. Speaking of Joyun Karst, traveler, I've heard that you can go in and out of there as you please.
Of course! We've been there lots of times.
That's good news. Could you go to Joyun Karst and find Miss Gאניו for us? Preferably before we collapse under this workload. We're saved. I remember Miss Gאניו said that she'd be visiting Cloud Retainer's abode. You might as well start looking for her there.
Okay.
It's about time she came back to work. Otherwise...
No, perhaps we should go to Lady Ningguang first and bring up our overtime pay again.
Okay. צריך למצוא את מיסטר גאניו. כל כך מוזר לי שקוראים לה ככה מיס גאניו.
Doesn't she live in Mount Outsong?
ללכת לקלל. מה עכשיו אני צריך ללכת לאיש שלה? הוא רחוק ממש. טוב, נפתח שנייה טלפון. לאונדטר, הנה. זה הנקודה. תפסי כבר, גאניו, תפסי. אנשים מחפשים אותך עם עותק חוקי שלך. ההייטק, כאילו ההייטק שלי פחות טוב מגאניו עצמה. הנה גאניו, נמצאת שם. בדיוק שם. כן, יש דאבל כמובן.
You two. I did not expect to meet you here. Is it official or private affairs that bring you here?
זה בעניינים משרדיים או בעניינים פרטיים? כאילו...
I shouldn't. I have left the human world. Please contact the Yuahai Pavilion regarding matters concerning the commercial port.
מה הכוונה עזבת את בני האדם?
You don't want to be the Chising secretary anymore? But they're all waiting for you to come back.
אוקיי. באמת?
That's why you're here? You want me to come back? I'm afraid you came here in vain.
אתה לנטוש אותנו.
What? Did something happen?
משהו קרה.
The clouds fold and
האמת, אני רוצה לדעת אם קרה.
The tide ebbs and flows. It was meant to be. When the Adepti entrusted humans with overseeing Liyue, I knew it was only a matter of time until I had to leave. My Adepti blood makes me unwelcome in Liyue Harbor. I delivered the letter and came back to Liyue Harbor, only to discover that I had been replaced by Baiwen, Baishao, and Baishu. Perhaps that mission of mine was just a pretext to remove me. Since the Chising gave me a chance to leave with dignity, I decided to be tactful as well.
אוקיי. וואו, מה זה המילה הזאת למטה? אין לי מושג. איי. Believe in you, but in aged marketing.
I appreciate your kindness, but there's no need for your words of comfort.
אוקיי, אפשר להיות נחמד יותר. גאניו.
After 1,000 years away, I came back to Juyun Karst. Looking at the clouds floating among the mountains brings me peace of mind. I feel better now.
Okay.
But...
Who disturbs the peace of these mountains?
Cloud Retainer? We're terribly sorry. We just...
באמת צריכה לבקש סליחה ממני מפחידה.
One merely jests. One felt your presence the moment you set foot upon this land.
לא, אתה קצת יותר נחמד.
You Adepti really are impressive.
אני זוכר שהחסידה קצת יותר נחמדה מאשר פעם עכשיו.
Come here to chat about the old times with Gaanew. It looks like you get along quite well.
מצ'וטטים קצת. זמנים עברו, כן.
A matter leaves you at an impasse then. Not to worry. One is exceptional at seeking avenues for conversation. One has been one's own companion in idle talk for many a year.
Okay.
Yes. Since you are Ganyu's friends, tales from her youth shall one apprise you of, perhaps?
Oh, Cloud Retainer.
Nothing to be ashamed of. You were so cute as a child. One is most certain that your friends would like to hear of it.
Cute child. ילדה חמודה. אוקיי.
Oh, Paimon wants to hear it.
פיימון רוצה לשמוע את זה. אוי, לא.
Little Ganu loved when the horns on the top of her head were caressed. When one was still taking care of her, one was pestered most often to touch her horns. She was elsewise loath to sleep.
אוקיי. כמו כבשה, כמו קיצה.
Plump she was back then. Why, when she stumbled while we ascended the mountain, she would roll down to the bottom like a little ball.
אוי, לא, כן, רגע.
The day Ganu bumped into a pilgrim was the first time she saw a real human in the flesh.
אוקיי.
So fearful she was that she hid in a rock's cleft for 2 days and nights. One found her wailing of a monster she had seen.
אוי ואבוי.
Cloud Retainer?
אוי, אפילו מסמיקה.
Forget it. It's about time for my training. I will take my leave.
אליי פונים.
One's intention was merely to relieve the awkward tension.
בקיצור, זו שהתגלגלה קצת. הייתה גלגלה.
And you did the exact opposite. Impressive.
Be that so? Huh. But returning to Ganu, most gladdened one is of your arrival.
לאיפה היא רוצה לעבור?
One cannot help but feel that remaining in Jueyun Karst shall not be good for her.
אוקיי.
One will tell you more about her, if you should permit it. Most benevolent among all Adepti are the Chilin. They drink only spring water and eat only whole grain. But perhaps the mountainous dwellings of Adepti in Jueyun Karst might be too lonely for her human side. Under moonlight did one see her last. She stood by the precipice's edge, and upon the mist-veiled mountains she gazed. Her thin figure was immersed in the vast sea of clouds. One noticed her loneliness and sought to convince her to go back to the human world. But just then, she said thus.
Liyue Harbor feels even lonelier than Jueyun Karst. When I look at the sea of clouds in Jueyun Karst, I merely feel the loneliness of a solitary cloud gazer. When I step into the sea of people in Liyue, I feel the loneliness of an inhuman that doesn't belong in the human world.
One did, by chance, hear this much of Ganyu's thoughts.
אוקיי.
Alone, she will find her predicament hard to conquer. One hopes that you will accompany her.
Oh, Retainer's right. We can't leave Ganu depressed like that. Besides, Liyue hasn't given up on her. She's got it all wrong.
אוקיי.
Anyways, what's that training Ganu was talking about?
כן, ובאמת מה הם בדיוק האימונים שקניו עושה.
She has sought to reclaim her Adeptus side since returning to Jueyun Karst. At her behest, One has organized training for her to achieve that end. She should be in the southern part of Mount Outsong right now, preparing for the trial.
Is that so? Let's go take a look then.
כן, הוא באמת משתלם ללכת לראות את זה עכשיו. כן. טוב. האימונים שלה לא רחוקים בכלל. הולכים להציץ גאניו מה יהיו, איזה סוג אימונים היא עושה. שהיא בכלל ישנה עכשיו באמצע מקום לעשות אימונים. טוב. טוב. הנה גאניו. היי גאניו.
So here you are, Gאניו.
Why did you come here?
יכולים לעזור לך בזמן האימונים?
Is that so? You really are interested in the ways of Adepti. This trial was prepared by Cloud Retainer. Its goal is to help me feel like an Adeptus again.
Okay.
The training is much to her signature style. I hope it won't make it seem like she is too unaware of the abilities of others.
Is it difficult?
משהו קשה.
No, I'm aware of your strength, Traveler. The power hidden within you is not inferior to mine. If you're ready, we shall begin the training.
אתה מוכן? אני אהיה מוכן. בואו נראה איזה אימון. זה. וזה. נו. אוויר, קדימה. אני לא מאמין שפספסתי את זה. יופי, אבל יש לי 5 דקות ו20. זה 12 מטרות. יורד, יורד עוד אחד. יורד עוד אחד. מוריד את ה...
There's a lot of gliding around. It does feel like something Cloud Retainer would come up with.
אוקיי. נוריד את זה, קדימה. בום. טוב. נעוף. קדימה. למעלה. דבר ראשון נעשה את המטרה הזאתי. אחד מושלם. נעשה את זה. המטרה הזאתי. Okay,
if you could see through the eyes of an Adeptus, you wouldn't be so surprised.
כל כך הרבה, אני מקווה שהשערים שאני פותח יפתחו דברים. יש עכשיו את שתי המטרות האלה. שאלה אם אני אספיק לעשות את זה בזמן. זהו. סיימתי.
We've completed the task. What do you think? Hardships are a fact of life, both for the Adepti and humans alike.
Okay.
What were you planning to do once your training was over?
The training's not over yet. The part prepared by Cloud Retainer is only the first trial.
Huh?
Okay.
So there are more trials prepared by other Adepti?
עוד אימונים בשביל להיות.
No. The only Adeptus who can unlock my true potential is...
Okay.
Conqueror of Demons.
Huh. So it's Shell. That cold-hearted loner? How come he's prepared a trial for you?
Ciao, Ken.
I found him unapproachable at first too. But I believe that being able to face him is an important part of my homecoming.
Okay.
He's already waiting for me. Come along if you're interested.
Of course we are. Let's go.
אוקיי, קדימה. אני מחפש את צ'או. קדימה צ'או, איפה? תיזהר להתרסק, כי אז נפילה אחת יכולה להרוג גדוד שלמה. טוב. צ'או כל כך קרוב לפה. בליד אזור שיש בו בוס. טוב. שלום צ'או.
You're half an hour late. I see you still haven't abandoned the wrongful ways of humankind.
I'm sorry. I had a meeting with Cloud Retainer.
I don't need your explanations and don't require any mutual understanding between us. I'm just helping you with your training. That's all.
Shell is such a strict teacher.
You're neither an adeptus nor a human, always treading the line between the two worlds. It must create a lot of confusion. Instead of explaining yourself to me, you should face your true self.
I have nothing to hide.
טוב. גם עושה הכל מורה טוב. אבל... טוב.
The body and the mind are one. If something worries your mind, your body can help you find a solution. The trial I've prepared for you will explore the true potential of your body.
Yes. I'm ready.
אוקיי, מוכן. טוב. נשלים את המבחן עם צ'או.
Focus on the trial. I'm not here for idle chatter.
אוקיי. טוב, מה זה בדיוק?
The trial's begun. Paimon can feel it in the air.
להרוג 28, 26.
The transport coordinators will probably moan about the muddy mountain roads again, though.
לא, צריך להגן עליו. אוקיי. לא לגעת לי בטוטם. מגעילים. לא לגעת בטוטם. טוב. טוב. קצת סקילים לא יחזיקו, אוקיי. טוב.
Now you shall perish. There is no escape.
טוב, אז נשארו עוד 16. קדימה.
Transcend all constraints. Wind, hear me. Access denied.
לא, הם נוגעים לי בטוטם.
No touching.
טוטם 60%. לא, 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 זה גרוע. לא, לא, לא. חייב.
Access denied. Speed of light.
טוב. אוי לא, אוי לא.
Torn to oblivion.
כמה מפלצות יש פה. לא, בצד. הנה, קדימה.
I'll be fine. Incoming. Hey!
טוב, השלמתי את המבחן, אבל גאניו... את גאניו הזאתי, למה לא קיבלתי אותה?
Next on the agenda.
כן, סיימתי, צ'או.
I've completed your trial.
You don't have to report back to me. Seeking other people's validation won't benefit your training. Only you can evaluate the result of this trial. You'll
Understood.
Xiao always has such strong opinions.
מראה נוכחות חזקה, באמת.
From tomorrow on, I'll start raising the difficulty of your training, so you'll have to...
Have to do what?
Another one of those pesky visitors. I'll leave him to you, Gאניו. It's also a part of your training.
Okay.
Pesky visitor? So even here there are those that Xiao can't deal with?
Oh heavens! Blessed be Rex Lapis! I've finally come upon the Adepti! Are all of you the Adepti of this mountain? Great! My name's Sin Chung. I came to ask for your merciful blessings, O Adepti. I beg of you, please grant me luck, wealth, and a good career.
Oh, so it's a pilgrim.
פרוגרם זה סוג של תייר, אבל הוא לא תייר. פרוגרם זה יותר כמו כיוון של שליח. נשלח למשימה, אבל הוא לא תייר.
He can handle any battle, but talking to strange humans is a different story, huh?
I am also one of the Adepti. You can say that I'm an Adeptus in training.
Perfect! I didn't come in vain then. Although you sound a bit half-hearted. Doesn't matter. What blessings can you grant me?
Wow, straight to the point, huh?
Dear Pilgrim, you shouldn't jump to conclusions. Adepti don't help every pilgrim for free.
Okay.
For free? Do you mean that you charge people for the blessings of the Adepti?
That's not what I meant. What I'm trying to say is that everything should be earned through hard work and earnest living. It would be unfair to other people if you got everything you wanted for no reason.
Hold on. I've heard this all before. You're just like my old man, always nagging me.
Your father must have experienced it firsthand. The lives of the common folk are riddled with hardships, but are also full of joy. A person of your age should focus on work and family, instead of chasing after fairy tales.
Fairy tales. Okay.
Are you a real Adeptus? Why do you speak and behave like us city folk? You sure you're not one of those swindlers who pose as an Adeptus to cheat people out of their money?
Okay.
Ugh, how dare you reprove me? I bet you came here looking for the Adepti yourself.
He might sorta have a point. We did come here looking for Gאניו after all.
Okay.
Enough. Doesn't matter if you're a real Adeptus or not. You're useless. I'm leaving.
Nobody's stopping you.
זה מגעיל. זה ממש מגעיל.
Gאניו, don't let that guy ruin your mood.
אל תתני לו להשפיע על המצב רוח שלך, הבחור הזה.
It's not his behavior. The things he said. He was right. I thought that coming back to Jueyun Karst and devoting myself to training would make me feel like an Adeptus again. But being questioned by him made me realize that I...
מצד שני, עדיף להיות בצד של בני האדם, משהו כזה.
But I'm unwelcome in Liyue Harbor. As an Adeptus, I...
כאילו, כל שתי התשובות היו כמעט זרות אותו דבר. אז אני לא מבין מה הבעיה בדיוק. אז...
It's true! Just believe us!
All right. I'll go with you to Liyue Harbor. That said, I still trust my initial judgment.
Okay.
If I'm proven right, I'll return to Jueyun Karst once again.
Okay.
It's a step in the right direction. Let's go!
Okay. הולכים ללילווה. הוא כבר בלילווה. טוב, זו הנקודה. אוקיי, אני... גאניו בסך הכל רצתה לעזוב את... רק כדי לחזור לה... תא שלה.
I'm still...
Come on, Gאניו! We're almost there! You don't want to turn back now, do you?
I suppose you have a point. It would be quite impolite of me to leave the two of you now.
That's right! Where do you want to go first, then?
So?
I've spent too much time in the mountains. The first thing that comes to my mind is the sea. Let's go for a walk in the port.
Okay.
Happy to come with.
בכיף. קדימה, בואי לי. זה כיף שמראים לי לאיזה כיוון ללכת.
Next on the agenda.
טוב. טוב. טוב, זאת הנקודה, אוקיי, סבבה, הגענו לנקודה.
The sound of the waves in this familiar port. The smell of the sea breeze makes me nostalgic.
Gאניו, you didn't leave Liyue for that long. Why do you look so moved?
Well, I used to be so busy. I haven't taken a stroll around here in a long time.
Huh, that's true. Gאניו seemed to be working all the time.
Well, when I think about my time here, I've spent most of it behind a desk filing documents. It put me in a certain mood, similar to the one I felt during my training in Jueyun Karst, in fact.
Is that? It is! It's Lady Gאניו.
Lady Gאניו.
I wouldn't have thought I'd meet you here. You were always so terribly busy.
Lady Gאניו? Why are you calling her that?
Little Miss Gאניו.
Please don't also start calling me that.
Miss Gאניו.
Allow me to introduce Uncle
ברור,
Tien.
כל הזמן נקרא לך ועכשיו מיס גאניו. אוקיי, מיס גאניו.
That's all right. Just tell them the truth. They have done so much for Liyue after all, and I am the one who has yet to introduce myself.
Okay.
Uncle Tien is a member of the Liyue Qixing, the Tianshu.
What? This grandpa is a member of the Qixing?
Qixing. שייך לצבא שלי.
The same rank as Ningguang?
אוי אוי, כן.
Hush now. I must ask for your discretion concerning my identity.
כן.
Fishing in the port and strolling about are the greatest pleasures of my life.
מדורג גבוה
בלילואה. around by those armed guards.
וזה קצת מרגיש למה כל בן אדם זקן יכול להיות ממוקד גם.
In most people's eyes,
ברמה
I'm just
גבוהה.
a forgetful and wordy old man.
Okay.
Uncle Tien is too modest. He's been around for a long time. There's no one who can replace a person of such noble character.
What an honor to receive such high praise from Lady Gאניו herself. I guess I must have done something right over the last, however many decades.
Uncle Tien, please. A person of your standing should really stop calling me Lady Gאניו.
My apologies. It's not intentional, just a habit from my younger days. Thank you for looking after me when I first ascended to my position in the Qixing.
Oh, so you've been friends for many decades now, huh?
Oh, I was just fulfilling my duties as the Qixing secretary. It's nothing worthy of your gratitude.
talking about secretaries, I don't know if I should bring it up. Gאניו, I believe you know my daughter, Huisin. She seems to be a bit troubled recently.
Okay.
Yes, she works at High Pavilion and she's my junior. How can I help her?
I don't know myself, really. She's all grown up now and doesn't like to ask for my help. May I trouble you to meet her at High Pavilion? She just needs a bit of guidance.
With pleasure. Solving the Qixing's problems has always been in my job description.
She's back in character, just like that, huh? Let's move then, to High Pavilion.
פמיליון. אוקיי, נצטרך ללכת לבחורה הזאת. מישהי מבקשה עזרה. טוב. איפה היא נמצאת? היא נמצאת פה. אז עוד כבר להשתגר לכאן. היא ממש רחוקה. כן, נקודות כל כך רחוקות. זה ההבדל במשחקים שהם עולם פתוח. העולם, אתה יכול לעשות מה שאתה רוצה, ללכת לקחת מה שאתה רוצה, לחטוף דגים, הנה חטפתי דג. טוב. עולים למעלה.
Next on the agenda. Next on the agenda.
זאתי.
Miss Gאניו. It's been too long.
Miss Gאניו.
I don't know why, but seeing you brings me a sense of peace in these chaotic times.
Indeed, it has been a while, Huixin. I'm flattered, but aren't you exaggerating a little? I heard that you've encountered some problems and came to see if I could be of some help.
My father asked you to come, didn't he? Abusing his status as a member of the Qixing to trouble you.
No.
Don't worry. I'm always happy to help a junior colleague from High Pavilion.
Ganyu's not only a competent secretary, but also a great mentor.
So, what can you tell me about the problem?
Ugh, where should I start? I discovered something strange while organizing tax records. There are obvious irregularities in the tax declarations of two stores, Second Life and Wanyo Boutique. However, whether I question the shopkeepers or check their accounts, I can't seem to make any progress with my investigation. Without any evidence, my hands are tied.
I see. It's not uncommon for merchants to be blinded by greed.
Well, is there any solution you can advise?
Naturally. I've dealt with similar issues hundreds of times. Give me a moment to consider the best approach in this scenario.
No.
All right. Let's approach it this way then. Your enemy knows you best.
Huh?
If I remember correctly, Second Life and Wanyo Boutique are old business rivals, competing for market share due to their similar wares. In that case...
In that case... Ah! I know what you mean, Miss Gאניו. Miss Gאניו plans to let them expose each other.
Exactly. Let's start with Wanyo Boutique. The owner's name is... Bolai, isn't it?
Yes, you're right. Follow me, please.
Oh. טוב. רוצה שנעקוב אחריה? נעקוב אחריה. אבל זה לא ממש לעקוב, זה פשוט נותן את מסלול. אני צריך ללכת. תגידו לי ללכת לשם, אני אלך. מה אתם עושים לסלט? טוב. הוא פה למטה, אוקיי, מתחת לגשר. כן, הנה הוא. שלום לך.
Aha, we meet again, traveler. And you must be from the Yuhai Pavilion? I suppose you're about to place a big order. I'd be honored to offer you my wares.
That won't be necessary, Mr. Bolai. Wanyo Boutique's credit is not sufficient to accept orders directly from Yuhai Pavilion.
Okay.
Should we need to place such an order, we would certainly go to Second Life instead.
What? Second Life? Ugh. That rascal Dongsheng. He's stealing all of my customers.
Well, Second Life's credit has always been excellent, and based on their tax records, their business is thriving.
Tax records? Thriving?
Huh. Is there anything you'd like to share with us, Mr. Bolai?
Don't let that rascal fool you. I know his dirty tricks best. If you don't believe me, show me his tax records. I'm sure I'll find something fishy in there.
You know Second Life's business so well?
Of course. Their every transaction makes my blood boil. I'd rather lose money myself than see that rascal make some.
Okay.
Well then, please look over this tax record. We'll review Second Life's credit based on your observations.
Oh, of course. I'll read very, very carefully. Line by line and word by word.
Okay.
Here, I found it. That exquisite wooden furniture set he bought from Fanmu Carpenters at the beginning of the year. Ugh, he even flaunted it in front of me. Look at the tax record. Not a word about that furniture. And he kept all the profit for himself.
I see. He must have gotten rid of all the documents related to this transaction. No wonder there was no trace of it.
I told you so. Just as I expected. Ugh, I can't wait to watch him squirm.
But, Ms. Gaanew, despite all this, can't he just flat out deny ever making this transaction?
He might have destroyed all the evidence, but I believe the supplier, Fanmu Carpenters, might still have some proof of it.
Aha, you're right. Master Lu from Fanmu Carpenters must still have the invoice. He wouldn't be swayed by the likes of Dongsheng.
I hope so. Let's go to Fanmu Carpenters. It should be near Chingsa Village. Thank you for shining a light on this case, Mr. Bolai.
Okay, Mr. Bolai.
Oh, please, that's nothing. I just hope you won't be lenient with him once you find the evidence. That's the best way to show your gratitude.
I'm afraid I can't go to Chingsa Village.
It's all right, Weishin. You can stay in Liyue Harbor and finish your work. Leave the rest to us.
That's so considerate of you. Still, I'm sorry to trouble you like that.
Oh. משימה הזאת ארוכה ממש. יותר אהבתי את המשימה של איתו. אוקיי. טוב. וואו, זה ממש לחתוך. טוב. רוצה שאני לא צריך ללכת את כל זה? יש טלפורטים.
Welcome. How can an old carpenter like me help you? I'm usually happy to take new apprentices, but I'm afraid I can't take too many at once. But I'm always around if you're keen for a chat.
Kingsa really is full of lonely old people.
Hey, I heard that, Flying One.
Paimon's sorry.
Master Lu, we've just come to see you and ask you some questions.
Don't worry, I know. You're from the Yuehai Pavilion, right? Why would the Qixing care about an old man like me? Well, whatever. You said that you want to ask me something. Ask away, then.
You're very direct, Master Lu. I will be plain. We're looking for proof that Dongsheng from Second Life has been evading taxation. Dongsheng bought some furniture from you at the beginning of the year. Do you still have the invoice or any other record of that transaction?
Oh, it's about Second Life. It was a big order. How could I forget?
Sure enough, Mr. Balai was right. Could we perhaps borrow that invoice? We won't have any evidence to bring against Dongsheng otherwise.
Of course you can. But I'm not so sprightly anymore.
What's that supposed to mean?
I only do my woodwork and display finished wares here at Fanmu Carpenters. As for old documents and such, I keep them all in a warehouse west of here. But some troublemakers have recently moved there, invading my warehouse. I tried to drive them away, but they just wouldn't leave. Since you need that invoice anyway, it may be best to get it from the warehouse yourself. And while you're at it, you can teach those louts a lesson.
So that's what happened. I see.
I'll leave you to it then. I need to get back to work.
Okay, כך הוא הולך.
Take back the warehouse, find the invoice. Time for us to show our stuff in a fight.
Wait, I think I saw one of those troublemakers. Over there.
אוי, לא, פתוי.
Paimon sees them too. It's one of the Fatui.
כן, זה פתוי. זה פתוי. פתוי. יותר נכון. לא פתוי, לא אוהב אותם. הם מגעילים אותי פתוי.
They must be plotting something against Liyue Harbor.
Maybe they're the scoundrels who invaded Master Lu's warehouse.
הוא קרח.
Ever since Osial attacked the harbor, the Fatui's reputation in Liyue has reached rock bottom. We won't cause a serious diplomatic crisis by getting into some small scuffle with the Fatui within our borders. You need not worry. Besides, I can already feel their malicious intentions. Consider it my intuition as the secretary of the Qixing.
And what are we waiting for? Let's go teach him a lesson.
כן, בואי נלמד אותו להקשיב. פיימון יא מרושעת. אני מת. Teach and listen.
Frozen. crest, you'll get frostbite.
Inazuma shines eternal.
Cut platter. Freshness preserve. Chill to the bone.
With sword from shadow.
ההתקפות שלי לא מועילות. אין לי דמות של any pyro element. לפחות יש לי את ההילר של ג'ין. שלום. טוב, שברתי אותו.
You scoundrels!
I think you've had enough. About time you tell us your plan. No?
Plan? What plan?
We just taught you a lesson, but clearly you weren't paying attention. If you don't spill whatever you're scheming against Liyue, we'll be forced to use harsher methods.
I'm telling the truth. There's no scheme.
If you're telling the truth, then why would you, a member of the Fatui, suddenly appear on the outskirts of Chinksa village?
Fine. If you really want to know, then, well, I was about to.
About to what?
Pick berries over there.
I must admit, I didn't expect you to come up with such a silly excuse.
It's not an excuse. I rarely have a free morning, and I heard that there were fresh berries in this area. Think about it. I'm here alone, and Chinksa Village is nothing more than a retirement spot for old people. What could I be scheming anyway?
Judging by how he's looking at us, it does seem like he feels like he's the victim here.
So you have nothing to do with the occupation of Fanmu Carpenter's warehouse?
Fanmu Carpenter's warehouse? Where's that? I swear, I only came here to pick berries, that's all.
So it wasn't the Fatui who took over Master Lu's warehouse after all.
I also feel that he's telling the truth.
Okay.
Whoopsie!
I misjudged the situation and offended you. My apologies. Our exchange only represents my personal views. If you wish it so, you can file a complaint to the Ministry of Civil Affairs.
Exchange? This woman, she's clearly aware that the Ministry of Civil Affairs wouldn't side with us Fatui.
Yes, precisely. As an alternative, you may try to solve this problem with force once again.
Paimon's in!
Darn you. How can you wear that solemn face while bullying me like this?
What's your choice then?
I'll get back to my berries.
Okay. Oh.
What a bittersweet ending.
Sweet ending, so
I made a laughingstock out of myself. I might have spent too much time away from work. My intuition is not as accurate as it used to be.
No worries. It's always nice to teach the Fatui a lesson.
Let's keep moving towards Master Lu's warehouse. Our goal is to get the invoice after all.
אני חושב שאני צריך להוסיף פיירות לקבוצה, הקבוצה לא מספיק. לא. פיירות.
Let's finish this swiftly.
קצת דילוק לא יזיק. זה קרוב. אפשר לחתוך מפה מלמעלה. כי אחר כך אני אצטרך לעלות על ההר אם אני לא חותך.
So this is the warehouse. Seems like those troublemakers were nothing more than a few hill churls. Let's show them what we got.
Born of ice and frost. There is no escape.
טוב, נוציא את החרב.
Born to oblivion. Now you shall perish. Barbados, find us. Access denied.
טוב, נעשה את זה גם. זה גשם של חשמל וקרח. טוב, בואו נסתכל.
This one is an invoice from One Man Restaurant. Some dining tables and chairs. That's not it.
אוקיי, זה לא זה.
This one is Wangsheng Funeral Parlors. Oh, so they make coffins too.
צריך לעשות כנפיים של פרפר. אוי לא. עשיתי לו ספון. אפשר לעשות ספון לדברים. נפלתי. טוב. טוב, אני צריך למצוא עוד משהו שנמצא באזור הזה. אולי זה פה למעלה. למצוא. מצאתי ארטיפקט. זה מוזר. טוב. טוב, אני מאמין שזה עוד קצת בהמשך. אוקיי, אין פה כלום. מה אני מחפש? הדלת סגורה. זה מה שהייתי צריך לעשות, לפתוח טבע. 2,000 מטר. האקי צ'אנל. האקי נכנסה אצלי לסטרים. אני מת. אוקיי. שלום האקי. ראשונה שאני רואה את האקי.
If you lie on the grass, you can feel the heartbeat of the world.
תודה אקי. ממש תודה אקי. בעיקרון זה ציור לא כזה חדש, הוא די ישן שלי. אוקיי, אבל בכל מקרה, מה שלומך, אקי? בזמן לא יצא לי לשמוע אותך, איך קוראים לו? לראות אותך באה לאיזה סטרימים של אנשים אחרים, חוץ משל... כן, כי זה ציור ממש ישן. ממש ישן הציור הזה. אם אני לא טועה, הכנתי אותו כבר שגאניו יצא באמת. כאילו בסטורי שלה עדיין לא התחלתי לעשות אותו באמת. אף פעם. ראיתי אותו ביוטיוב. אני בטעות קמתי... אבל הכל טוב את זה. טוב לדעת, אם אני לא טועה, איך קוראים לו? נו, איך קוראים לו? כי אתם, אם אני לא טועה, את בטורואן, אז הזמנים מתנהלים שונה שם. נגיד דוגמה, יצא לי להתקשר למישהו בארצות הברית ב-12 בצהריים, ואצלו זה היה בכלל 5 לפנות בוקר. אז אני יכול להבין שהזמנים קצת משתנים. טוב.
Miss Gאניו, you're back. I hope it wasn't too much trouble rushing about like that.
I promise to help you and I'll keep my word. Nothing to worry about. Look, it's the invoice for the transaction between Second Life and Fanmu Carpenters. We've brought it back.
Oh, thank you so much. Now we can solve this problem.
הבנתי, כן.
Agreed.
כאילו לפתוח אופציה ליותר, איך קוראים לו?
Have a nice chat with the owner.
אני מבין אותך, כן, יש יותר אופציות לפתוח בחו"ל מאשר בארץ. בחו"ל אתה כאילו פתוח לכולם, נגיד אם אני עושה תוכן באנגלית אז אתה פתוח יותר לאנשים, אבל צריך לעלות בתדירות ממש גבוהה. כי אם אתה לא עושה את זה, איך קוראים לו, אתה מאבד את ההזדמנות, מאבדים את ההזדמנות הזאת להצליח בחו"ל. וחוץ מזה שגם הראש של לעשות תוכן לחו"ל וכל זה צריך להיכנס לראש של האנשים, איך ראש של האמריקאים עובדים, או ראש של אנשים ביפן עובד. כאילו, יפן הכל זה קשור לשיווק של דברים קטנים. זה אפילו ג'גאפונים וכל מיני דברים. הם יותר... נראים יותר שונה. הכל תלוי בסוג קהל הדיין. מה אני מדבר קהל יד? בקשר לתוכן.
Next on the agenda.
זה גם מאוד קשה להתמיד. כן, זה מאוד קשה. להתמיד, לגוון, להמציא את עצמך כל פעם מחדש, לחפש דברים שיכולים לעניין עוד אנשים. כל בא באותו חבילה, כן, אני מבין אותך. 100%.
Isn't it Huixin from the Yuhai Pavilion? I remember you. I told you that all of my transactions are included in the records. My tax declarations are scrupulous as well. I do hope that my business won't be affected by any groundless accusations.
Groundless accusations? Mr. Dongsheng, you seem very sure of yourself. But I sincerely advise that you cease this behavior immediately. It is liable to affect the fine you'll need to pay in the end.
No. I'm an honest merchant. I would never get involved with any fraudulent sources of profit.
Haven't I made myself clear? Mr. Dongsheng, you've already been proven guilty of tax evasion. I just came here to see if you'd confess.
What? Proven guilty? How come? That's impossible. Absolutely absurd.
He's talking without rhyme or reason. Must be crumbling under Ganyu's pressure. Time for the finishing blow!
Mr. Dongsheng, can you tell me what this is?
It's an invoice from Fanmu Carpenters. I'm Master Lu. I didn't...
Do you admit to tax evasion? This transaction was absent from the tax record.
I didn't think you'd find out. I didn't leave a single trace.
Indeed. We wouldn't have found out if it weren't for Mr. Boalai's aid.
Balai? That imp from Wanyo Boutique? So he told on me behind my back. He's got his own share of dirty laundry.
Oh? Mr. Dongsheng, I'd like to hear a little more about this dirty laundry. Would you care to elaborate?
No.
I don't think you'll need my guidance for what comes next.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Gאניו. I can take it from here.
That's good.
I must say, you're truly impressive, Ms. Gאניו. Your enemy knows you best. To think, you came up with this plan and executed it so masterfully.
It's actually one of your father's, the Tianshu's, old tricks. I just took some inspiration from it.
My father?
Pitting your opponent against their enemies and watching them drag each other down from an advantageous position, that's how Uncle Tian managed to keep his position in the Qixing secure for so many years. I figured that as Uncle Tian's daughter, you'd naturally grasp your father's strategies. So, I decided to use one of your father's tricks and play it out for you to see.
I can see it now. Clearly, I still have a lot to learn about my father. I'm really grateful, Ms. Gאניו. You're the kindest mentor I've ever had. Thank you.
Gאניו solved both Huixin's work and family problems. 2 birds with 1 stone.
Oh, you've helped me so much. You must allow me to repay your kindness.
That's not necessary. No need to be so serious. It was nothing, really.
Then let me treat you to a meal. The Traveler and Paimon are invited as well. I appreciate your help.
All right, come on, Gאניו. Just say yes. Let's eat.
אומרים לא לאוכל גאניו.
There's no reason for me to decline. It'll be my pleasure, Huixin.
Actually, I've already booked Sinu'a Kiosk. I need a moment to prepare everything first. Let's meet there in a while.
All right. We dare not refuse such generosity.
למעלה.
We're way behind schedule.
הקווים האלה מוזרים. אתם שינויים. אפשר להיכנס לחנות הזאת ככה. הרבה פעמים אפשר להיכנס לחנויות האלה. לא. לא.
Miss Gאניו, thank you for accepting my invitation. And as for the two of you, your presence is also much appreciated.
Sure.
That's so kind of you, Huixin. You went to great lengths to organize this.
Truth be told, apart from thanking you for all the help, there's something I'd like to tell you.
Oh? If there's anything I can help you with, just tell me straight away. No need to hesitate.
Oh, no, I don't really need help. Could you just listen for a bit?
With pleasure.
When I was a little girl, my father used to tell me many stories about you, Miss Gאניו. Even though I have the utmost respect for my father, I always admired how gentle and reliable you are. I've only decided to join the Yuehai Pavilion staff because I've always looked up to you.
I didn't know that you think so highly of me.
However, in reality, working at the Yuehai Pavilion turned out to be an arduous task. I can't compare myself to such an outstanding secretary like you. I often doubt myself as a result.
I disagree. You're a great secretary in your own right.
Thank you. Over the years, I became a mother, too.
Huh? So Uncle Tian is a grandpa!
Influenced by my youthful ideals, she followed my footsteps and came to be a secretary at the Yuehai Pavilion, too. At first, I was worried about her. It's not an easy job, after all. To tell the truth, I'm still unsure if she's capable enough. But after all that happened this time, I've made up my mind to support her choice.
So, what made you change your mind?
The fact that she'll have you, Ms. Gאניו, as her senior colleague. You'll help her, gentle as always, and tell her your mom used to do it like that. It'd be such a beautiful moment. If it's not too much to ask for, she might still need your guidance in 20+ years, too.
Huixin, I never thought that I meant so much to you.
Just like when you showed me my father's trick. Having you as their witness makes people feel at ease.
Witness? It's true that I've witnessed thousands of years of Liyue Harbor's history. All the changes it's gone through, the stories of its people. But I've always regarded it as nothing more than the source of my loneliness. Huixin, you don't know how important those words are to me. You've made me realize that I share another connection with the people of Liyue Harbor. Apart from my contract with Rex Lapis, they rely on me, accept me, and long for me to bear witness to their stories.
Oh, of course. You're irreplaceable to us.
That's right. That's why I can't disappoint you.
Hooray! Ganyu's finally cheered up!
Even if I've really been supplanted, I wish to fight for my place. I won't let you down. I'm going to fulfill my contract and keep working as the Qixing secretary.
Okay.
Regardless, I'll go back and see for myself. I'm afraid that it might have all become a mess during my absence.
Okay, Gאניו.
No time to waste. Let's get back to work.
Good luck, Miss Gאניו.
We're leaving already? Paimon's still hungry.
כן, כבר חוץ ממשיך. אוקיי. פיימון רעבה ומפריעים לה לאכול. זה כל כך מצחיק אותי. גאניו יודעת לעבוד הרבה.
Next on the agenda.
Okay.
We're way behind schedule.
המשימה ארוכה אצלה. מרגישה ממש ארוכה המשימה אצלה. רוצה עוד להילחם נגד כמה בוסים. היי.
Baisha, are you okay? Did you fall asleep standing up? Look who's back.
You even have enough time for leisure? It seems you three are a suitable replacement for me.
Not at all. We've been working for too long. If we didn't take a break, we wouldn't have survived long enough to see you again, Miss Gaanew.
Miss Gaanew, we've missed you.
That's so kind of you all, given we've only met once.
We've been praying day and night for you to return and take over your duties again.
To us, you're like an adeptus coming down to the human world to save all life.
Forget all our envious complaints from before. Just free us from this strenuous work, please.
All right, I see. Please divide the matters at hand into government affairs, business affairs, and civil affairs. Mark out the tasks that haven't been started, and those that are in progress. I'll take care of the rest.
Of course. We'll do it right away.
Oh, finally. We're saved.
Yes. There's one more thing. I'd like to earnestly thank you, traveler. If it weren't for your companionship,
המשימה הזאת שלנו, כן, קצת חשבתי שהיא יותר מעניינת, כן. החלק שלה ממש משעמם, ממש, כן. מדברים פה על מס עד שהיה חלק של קרבות זה היה רק בהתחלה וזה פשוט מרח את זה.
To think that I'd gained a human
כן.
friend outside of work. It makes me happier than I could have imagined. I'd like to repay you when I'm done with the work at hand.
ככה שאתה עושה משימה של מישהו.
You on one of your trips.
Sure, but are you ever done with work, Gaanew?
ככה זה שאתה עושה משימה של מישהי שעוסקת במסמכים בכל מיני. היא כן דמות מעניינת גאניו, אבל החלק של הסיפור שלה הוא אחד מהחלשים. כן, ציפיתי מהסיפור שלה קצת יותר טוב. אבל היא דמות גאניו, אבל דמות טובה דווקא. כן, עכשיו רק כאילו עשיתי משימה לחפש יומן של מסמכים של מס הכנסה, משהו כזה. של מע"מ או משהו. אז זה קצת מתסכל את החיים לעשות משימה של משהו כזה. נראה לי אבל זה בין המשימות הראשונות שהיו בגנשין, אז אני יכול להבין. למה זה ככה? טוב. טוב. צריך לשדרג את... טוב. כולם בנויים סבבה. אני צריך לשדרג את צ'יצ'י נראה לי? או שנשדרג את מונה, אני לא יודע. אני צריך דמות נוספת לטיים הביסט. טיים הביסט, איך קראו לו? נו, השער הגדול הזה. אליי. טוב. יש לי... טוב. צ'יילד צריך בנייה יותר טובה. ארטיפקטים שלו לא משהו. גאצ'ה, סטרים, גנשין גאצ'ה. שלום. שלום רביולי. פספסת את טאקי, הייתה פה. היא הציגה נוכחות. פעם ראשונה שראיתי את טאקי. ופספסת אתמול את ההגרלה של המייגרף. היה הגרלה. ויש זוכה והוא כבר קיבל אותו. כבר שלחתי לו אותו. טוב, זה הטרבלר. אני צריך... יש לי 3 דמויות לתאים. אני צריך עוד דמות אחת. אני צריך אילר טוב. השקיע בצ'יצ'י? אני לא יודע. במה הוא זכה? מייגרף? כאילו קוד למשחק מייגרף? הבעיה שאף עוד לא היו מספיקים. הכנסתי אותך בסוף להגרלה גם. בלי ידיעתך נכנסת גם להגרלה כי הגבת על הפוסט. אוי לא, אוקיי, אני צריך... את מי נחזק? אני לא יודע. היא מוכנה, אני לא יודע מי יותר מוכן. לא, יש לי צ'יילד, יש לי... יש לי מספיק דמויות. אני נראה לי שאני שאני אחזק את הקשטת. אוי. זה ממש חמוד עם הסטרים שלו. איי. כן, מהדמות הכי אהובה עליך בגנשין. בוא נראה. נתחיל עם זה ואז נעבור ל-ZZZ ואחר כך נשאל אותך על רולנסטאר. אם אתה משחק הם גם אונקאי רולנסטאר. כאילו גלוש על כוכב או משהו כזה. נואל. יש לי את נואל. אבל לא... יש לי כל כך הרבה דמויות בגנשין. אם לא טועה, נואל אצלי רמה 40 או משהו כזה. לא, היא רמה 23. אפילו משתחווה בשבילך. אידולה. יש לה יומול. אוקיי. אין לי את שתי, אין לי את אותה, אין לי... נואל לי ממש חזקה. אין לי כוח לחזק אותה, יש לי מספיק דמויות. עוד שבוע יוצא, אם אני לא טועה, נואל חזקה. היא חזקה, היא גם חזקה והיא גם המשרתת החזקה. אפשר להגיד שהיא גם העוזרת החזקה. היא גם מנגנת וגם תוקפת. כן, היא עושה הכל. גם זנקלי עושה הגנה, אבל הוא לא מרפא. לא. טוב, אם אני לא טועה, אני חוסך עכשיו משאלות לזמן את ה... איך קוראים לזאתי? זאתי של האש החדשה. היא אחת... יש לנו מגן מיוחד. אוקיי. כן, אני מבין. יצא לי להפעיל איך קוראים לו... יצא לי לשחק איתה בהתחלה. אימו נוזה. אימא זומה. אני לא מצליח לקרוא את המילה הזאת. טל. טוב, אבל שמח שקפצתם קצת לסטרים. טוב, בוא נלך להוריד את הדרקון. במונסטאץ. הדרקון במונסטאץ. אני יכול להוריד אותו בתוך כמה מכות. הוא נהיה מאכזב. זו הדמות החדשה. כאילו היא אמורה להגיע עם אופנוע, עם כן, אם יש לה אופנוע. כאילו זו זאתי שהולכת לצאת, את מתכוונת. תראו, זה מספיק טוב. לא. ריבוע. אוקיי. כן. אני לא כזה יודע איך קוראים לה, כי לא יצא לי להגיע להר כזה בכלל. קדימה דרקון, בוא. כן, אני יודע, אתה אמרת לי למה אתה לא משחק גנשין יותר. בגלל הסינים סלאש קוריאנים, אני לא יודע. בום. בום. נו, קדימה. לעבור אזור, קדימה. סטייג' נוסף, כן. בגלל הסינים, כן. הוא טען שהסינים, איך קוראים לו, לוקחים מידע. גם פייסבוק לוקח מידע מאנשים, אני לא רואה שזה כזה מפריע לאנשים. פרצו לי פעם אחת, אז למדתי מזה. אוקיי. כן. 1, 2, 3 ו... כן. אם יפרצו לי למשהו אני אהיה... טוב, אני מבין, כן. פרטים אישיים, כאילו, אם פורצים למישהו לפרטים אישיים אני יכול להבין לבד שאין סיבה להשאיר את כל זה. וגם... תקופה שכולם תוקפים, כן. כן, אני יכול להבין את התקופה הזאת, כולם תוקפים את... התקפות סייבריות מסין ומ... סין, יפ. כאילו סין, רוסיה וכל השאר הם לא כאלה בעדינו כרגע, זה כאילו כל פרט אישי הם ירצו לקחת. וגם עכשיו טיק טוק, אם מדברים על סין, בקרוב מאוד טיק טוק תהיה חסומה בארצות הברית. כן, זאת בעיה של פריצות, כאילו. יש חוקי אינטרנט נוקשים בנוגע לחברות. אז בגלל כל המידע שדולף החוצה, גם ארצות הברית עכשיו שמו הגבלות על רשתות חברתיות. הוא הרג לי את ג'ין! הוא הרג לי את פאקינג ג'ין! וואו. כן. עניין של הדלפות בכל אלה. מה אני מדבר על הדלפות? אני מדבר על זה, לפני שנייה אמרתי שהרגו לי את ג'ין. כן, זה מלא בעיות. אני יכול להבין. כן, הבעיה הכי גדולה שזה כל המוצרים שאתה מגונה עכשיו גם בסין, נכון. מוסכים, כן. אתה יכול להחרים את סין בכל דבר קשור, אבל בסוף אתה מקבל אותם בדלת האחורית. מסכים עם זה. בסוף כל המוצרים שלך מיוצרים על ידי Made in China. טוב. כן, ההורים שלי היו פעם בסין. אבא שלי הלך בטעות שם עם חולצה שהיה רשום שם גנב בסינית. רצו להזמין לו משטרה על זה. כי אמרו שהוא גנב. וגם אם יהיה חלק מהממשלה של גנשין. גנשין זה סיני או קוריאני? אני לא זוכר עדיין. אני לא כזה בטוח רגע. לא הרבה דברים. כן. זה סיני, כן. טוב. בקיצור, אנחנו כל מי שמשקיע על גנשין משקיע בסין. אם אני לא טועה, בסין זה גם המניות של גם גנשין מוגד בחוק אצלם, כאילו מוצרים דיגיטליים בסין, אם אני לא טועה. אני זוכר שמישהו גנב משתמש של גנשין וישב בכלא על זה. אוי. טוב. כן, בערך. טוב, אני צריך להיכנס שנייה, בוא נלך להרוג משהו אחר. סיימנו את הסטורי של גאניו, בעיקרון. בוא נלך לפונט. רק התחלתי את האזור הזה. איפה המשימה שלו? לא, זה התיק, מה יש לי? זה משימות, משימות, משימות. זה לילווה. מה זה בדיוק? כן, זה לילווה. יש לי כל כך הרבה משימות. וכל כך זמן. איך אני משתגר לשם? יש פה טלפורט קרוב, אבל לא פתחתי את האזור הזה. איך זה לילווה? זה לא פונטיין? זה פונטיין. איפה פונטיין? לא פונטיין. נעשה בואו נמשיך קצת. איך לבקר קצת את אקווה. צור מוזר. מה זה הדבר הזה? אכלה של דוב בכלב. דוב בך. של דוב או של דג, לא יודע מה זה. טוב. טוב. טוב, פעם ראשונה שלי באזור הזה, פה נראה מה זה המקום הזה. טוב. שלום. הוא קצת מפחיד. כן, פיימון, ממה נלחצת?
Hey, traveler. Maybe we should strike up a conversation with the person next to us. Since we're sitting together and the rest of the place is practically empty still. It's kind of awkward if we don't say anything. Oh, you little... Of course you put this on Paimon.
Excuse me, I did not realize you felt awkward. I am terribly sorry. I would be perfectly happy to chat with you.
רגע, יש לו אותו קול של זנקלי. זנקלי.
So you heard all of that, did ya? Boy, you sure have good ears. Paimon thought she was keeping her voice down. Wait, that's not it. Paimon's sorry. Paimon's the one who was being rude, talking under her breath like that.
וואו, וואו.
So let's talk, but
למה כל התנצלות שלה חייבת להיות... למה כל התנצלות שלה חייבת להיות כזאת ארוגה, תגיד?
Oh, Paimon's got it. You're also here early and sitting in the front. Are you a friend of Linny's too?
A friend, you say? Well, if Mr. Linney would like to be my friend, I would be more than happy to reciprocate.
Oh, so you're not friends with Linny then? Oh, this is getting more awkward by the second. Paimon nearly forgot to make her introduction. Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Vaudain.
It is an honor to meet you two. I have heard of your deeds across Teyvat. And as required by proper etiquette, I will also introduce myself. I am...
Oh, Monsieur Nervillet. What an honor it is to have you here to see my show.
Ah, Mr. Linney. I should say it is in fact an honor for me to see your performance in person.
שם מורכב. נבלת.
I saw you all chatting just now, but it seems you still don't know who Monsieur Neuvillette is. Allow me to introduce you to Fontaine's Chief Justice. That seat is always reserved for him. It wouldn't be too much to say that he's the symbol of justice and honesty here in Fontaine.
Ooh, sorry for being so rude just now. Paimon had no idea you were such an important person.
No offense taken. Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for work. Nearly every person has their usual reserved seat, so I'm not so special, really. And by the way, I should probably let you know, even though I would prefer not to, there's someone sitting up there in the VIP seats that has been striking a pose for quite a while now. I believe she is trying to give you a most elegant and impressive first impression. So I think you should take notice of her sooner rather than later. Otherwise she may become flustered.
Panola.
Huh? Oh, it's Farina, the Hydro Icon.
Farina.
Huh. She sure has a smug and satisfied look on her face. Guess she has no idea that you saw right through her act.
Very good. That is for the best. No need to pay her any more attention. We may now enjoy the show.
Okay, בוא נראה את ההופעה.
So is this what things are like between the Chief Justice and the Hydro Archon?
All right, please wait just a moment longer. I've pretty much finished my preparations and the performance will start as soon as the audience has made their way to their seats.
Yay! The show's finally about to start! Paimon can hardly wait! Paimon's never seen a real live magic show before!
יאללה, תתחילו את ההופעה.
They're dimming the lights! The show must be starting!
פיימון, שקט! אוי.
Sorry. Paimon will try to stay quiet.
יופי.
Welcome one and all to the Opera Epiclese. I am the star of today's show, Linny.
Hello, Linny.
Here is my sister Lynette, who will be working as my wonderful assistant. Please, let's give her a warm welcome.
Hello, everyone.
I know she may seem to be a little sleepy right now, but that's just a sign that she's nervous.
Whatever.
Now, some of you may be thinking, two vision holders who can freely manipulate elemental powers performing magic is not true magic at all. So, I would like to take a moment to assure you that elemental powers will have nothing to do with what you will witness on the stage today.
יכול שלא אמורה להיות. כן.
Both Lynette and myself have removed our visions for the show. That way, even the gods won't be able to help us.
Oh, good point.
סתם דומים.
Real magic.
Now, without further ado, let the show begin. Lynette will now exit the stage to make some preparations. I know you might miss her, but don't worry. She'll be coming right back on stage momentarily. Perhaps in an unexpected way. I'm sure she'll be stealing the spotlight soon enough. Oh, and before I forget, there's one more thing I should say. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye.
Okay.
A magician's greatest skill is making things disappear or appear. The possibilities are endless.
לא, זה לא אח שלה. אם הוא היה אח שלה, אלא גם הוא היה לו אוזניים של חתול, אבל אין לו. זה פשוט, תעשה משהו יותר מעניין.
But this isn't what you came for. These little tricks, you've seen them all before. So it's time for something truly extraordinary, don't you think? This one's a little tricky.
Okay, זה יותר טוב.
Using this water tank, I shall make my sister vanish completely, right before your very eyes.
וואו, נכנסה לתוך המים. הוא מתצליח לצאת משם.
It's actually quite simple. She'll just turn into air bubbles and float right out of the top.
אוי לא. היא לא תמות עכשיו, נכון?
Oh no, I told them to check all the props carefully. With the lid on, even air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now. Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do.
אוי ואבוי. היא ללא בגדים?
Are you still there? Don't go too far. We don't want to use up all our magic.
Oh my god, again.
I'm back.
זה אומרים. למה? הם לא יכולים להיות תאומים כי הם נראים שונים. הם נראים דומים אבל הם לא יכולים להיות תאומים.
If we could see easily through his tricks, then that would mean that his skills are still lacking. To appreciate magic, you should focus on the show happening on stage, rather than getting caught up in trying to see that which has been intentionally hidden.
Guess you're right. Paimon couldn't believe her eyes when Lynette reappeared.
Amazing! Okay.
Thank you everyone. I'm glad you enjoyed that performance. But our magical journey has only just begun. I've prepared even more astonishing surprises for everyone here. The magic of transformation and disappearance can go far beyond what you've just seen. I'm sure many of you are thinking that escaping the water tank was impressive enough, but Lynette is still my assistant after all. In which case, I have ample time to make all necessary preparations. So, for my next trick, I will require the participation of one lucky audience member. Please, if my assistants could bring out the magical boxes now. There are 2 boxes and only 2 boxes. One is here and one is there in the aisle among the audience.
אוי לא, זה הולך להיות מורכב יותר.
I'm sure many of our clever audience members have already guessed our next magic trick. A swap! Our lucky audience member and I will each enter a magic box. After 1 minute, we will each emerge from the opposite box. Now please, everyone pay very close attention to the box you see here. Don't give me any chance to make a move.
Wow! How's he gonna do this? Hey, do you think this is all magic tricks, or does Lenny have actual superpowers?
The lucky audience member will be generated by this random number selector. It selects numbers entirely at random. Even I don't know who will be chosen to participate. Now then, let's begin. Let me see. Oh, row 7, seat 3. Congratulations! You now have the chance to experience magic firsthand for an entire minute. Please, come forward. My assistant will take you beside the magic box. I'm sorry, it might be a little cramped inside, but no need to feel nervous. We've carefully arranged everything for you to be as comfortable as possible. You don't need to do anything, but no matter what strange things may happen, don't come out of the box. If the magic is interrupted, who knows where you might end up? You might even find yourself in the Fortress of Meripede.
Oh, okay.
All right. Before I enter the magic box, there is one more thing I need to ask the audience to do. Could you all give me a countdown? Like this. 60, 59, 58. Just keep counting down. You can go a little faster or slower if you like. I won't be able to see anything in the pitch black box, so I'll be relying on your voices to know when time is up. Oh, and no tricks now. If you quickly count from 60 in just 30 seconds, then I'll be in a tough spot.
Ooh! Paimon kinda wants to count faster after hearing him say that!
No, that won't do. I can see it in your eyes. You still can't be trusted. Let's practice together. Come on, repeat after me. 60, 59, 58. 60, 59,
58.
That's right, perfect. Keep it going. All right, I'll see you all on the other side once you've finished counting.
54?
59, 52. זה אחד הסיפורים הטובים ביותר של גנשין. זה עלילה מרכזית, בגלל זה סיפור טוב יותר. אבל אני מאמין שהסיפור היותר הכי טוב שהיה, שבאמת נהניתי ממנו, זה היה... 48. אוקיי.
Mr. Linney, are you all right in there? Is everything ready?
Yes, I'm fine.
הסיפור הזה, כן, הוא... הסיפור הכי אהוב עליי זה של אינוזומה עם ראי שוגן וכל הטרור שקרה שם. כאילו השלטון שם ואיך הפילו הכל אקשן. Bam.
What was that noise? Did you hear it too? Not sure. Anyway, it doesn't seem like anyone's worried about it.
אינוזומה, כן.
25, 24, 23. What's wrong, Mr. Linney? I can still hear you moving in there.
I seem to have accidentally knocked over a decoration. I'm trying to fix it, but it's pitch black in here. I can't tell left from right.
Never mind the decorations. There's no time for that. The show is what's important.
No, that's unacceptable. I want my show to be perfect. Don't worry, we still have 20 seconds. Hear them counting?
19, 18, 17.
It seems things aren't quite going as planned. I apologize, everyone. It feels like you're all starting to count faster, but that's all right. I know it can be tiring to do such a long countdown. There's still plenty of time. 10! Almost there now. Swapping two people is harder work than you might think. Even a master magician like me can't guarantee I'll get it right the first time. Hey, wait, is this the back one? I can't tell, they both look the same inside. Huh? No, that's not it. I'll try again. 7! Hey, slow down! Honestly! 5! 4! 3! Whoops! That doesn't count!
What the... מה עכשיו? אלה, כן. כישופים. כן, הרבה כישופים. אז מי בצד השני? מה זה היה? הרגל...
Is this part of the show? Mr. Lenny, you're going to use magic to fix the stage now, right?
What happened?
Oh no, maybe this isn't part of the show. The girl was still in that box, right?
This performance is over. Medical staff with me. Guards secure the scene and detain all the performers. Seal the exits. No one is allowed in or out at this time.
Yes, that's right. If this was just an accident, then we must investigate the cause. But if this was all part of some scheme, then those accountable will not escape the judgment of the God of justice.
No need to be alarmed, you two. We'll get to the bottom of this soon enough.
שהוא הרג אותה. אולי שזה אחות התאומה שלה הרגה אותו?
Unfortunately, the person who is in the magic box has been pronounced dead.
מישהו חושב שהאחות שלו התאומה הרגה אותו. יש לי חשד שזה כן.
Fireworks on stage ignited the ropes that were suspending the water tank, which then caused the tank to fall onto the stage. As of now, we are still not sure why we found Cowl in the box, rather than the guest from the audience. And after an initial search of the area, the guards have confirmed that the girl is nowhere to be found. It appears that this incident was not merely some mishap with the performance. And there are many indications that it is connected with the case of the serial disappearances of young women.
The serial disappearances case?
That's the case I mentioned before.
Okay.
I know the truth. I can see through the whole thing. Really, using such a shallow and obvious mystery as his finale, did he really underestimate us that badly? I say that our powerful magician, Mr. Lenny, is now the prime suspect for the serial disappearances case.
Huh? Why me? This whole thing was an accident.
No, this all occurred during your magic show, did it not? The missing girl disappeared after being chosen, did she not? The deceased is one of your assistants, is he not? Now that I think about it, that whole speech about magicians making things disappear was nothing more than a provocation, a bald-faced challenge.
That can't be right. How can Lenny do this? He was in the box on the stage the entire time. Besides, before the show, he told us that he would like to catch the criminal behind the disappearances. He couldn't possibly mean catching himself.
בעיקרון מי שיכול לעשות דברים כאלה זה תפקיד של פנטום הרוטוניום. פנטום הרוטוניום? או שזה פנטום האופרה?
Save discussion for a later time, please. Lady Farina, may I assume that your comments just now constitute an accusation against Mr. Lenny and his associates, and that you are pressing charges?
Huh? I just think that he... Well, I think it might be a little early to talk about formally pressing charges.
But what Lady Farina said just now makes perfect sense. Looks like she's gonna personally deliver justice.
A kidnapping and murder carried out under the cover of a magic show. Lady Farina said it all.
I mean, of course, my dear people. But what excites me even more than the obvious truth before our eyes is the opponent I'll be facing. That's right. I mean you, traveler. You'll support Lenny, won't you? After all, he was the one who helped you the first time we met.
אוי לא, אני יודע לאן אני חותרת.
Then there's no problem at all.
היא הולכת להאשים אותי גם עכשיו. אני רק הגעתי לעיירה הזאת לפני שעתיים שלוש וכבר מאשימים אותי בהכל.
Place to hold such a riveting showdown and decide the true victor than here, on the grandest of stages, the Opera Epiclese.
It wasn't a draw. She obviously lost last time.
I understand. Charges have now been pressed, and as such, a trial is in order. Well, traveler, seems Lady Farina has set you in her sights. But putting her dramatic rhetoric aside for a moment, I would like to ask you, are you willing to act as Mr. Linney's attorney and defend him in this case? Very well. The trial will be held a day from now in the Opera House. Both sides may investigate the scene to build their cases and search for the truth. Linney and his troop are all potential suspects and shall remain within the Opera House. The audience may begin to leave in an orderly fashion once they have been cleared by the guards.
A day isn't that long. Let's see what kind of case this big-shot outlander can build in such a short amount of time. I'm really quite looking forward to hearing it.
Sorry about everything that happened just now. Were you frightened?
Of course! Who wouldn't be scared after witnessing an accident like that?
Yeah, I'm a little shaken up myself. How could this happen? And poor Cal. I know you already claimed that you would defend me, but now it's just us talking. Tell me, do you think I could possibly be the murderer? Good to hear. Thank you so much for trusting me. I'm sure everyone sees me as the biggest suspect at this point. But if you ask me, the whole thing is mysteries layered upon mysteries, such that all that's left is confusion. I don't know whether what happened there on the stage was purely an accident or not, and I don't know why poor Cal was in the box. As for how that girl chosen from the audience could suddenly disappear, I'm afraid I don't have any answers either. If someone tampered with my performance, then we need to figure out what they did. Even a skilled and knowledgeable magician like myself couldn't pull all that off in just 1 minute.
כן.
Which is precisely why we need to investigate. As this book says, the impossible could not have happened. Whatever happened must have been...
מאיפה הביאה את המשקפיים האלה? מאיפה הביאה את המשקפיים האלה? גם את זה בדיוק כמו שאמרתי. אפילו את המוסטאפ יש לו את זה. מוסטאש.
I think they look cute on you, Paimon.
You have good taste, Lynette.
That's the right attitude. Feeling depressed isn't going to help me now. I need to get back to my normal self. But with the guards watching our every move, it's going to be especially difficult for Lynette and I to prove our own innocence. Good thing you agreed to be our attorneys. Thanks for that. We'll be counting on you.
Yes, thank you so much.
Good.
Yeah, just leave it to us.
טוב, כל ההשגה הזאת, פיימון תהיה עם השפם והמשקפיים האלה. אני חושב שלב הבא נקבל אפשרות להוסיף לה דברים על הראש. כמו סומיש.
The secrets behind our magic are past saving, Lenny.
I suppose you're right. The truth behind our tricks is going to be important evidence that will be weighted during the trial. 'Tis truly a pity. As a magician, our magic show is a work of art. We've poured countless hours and spared no effort in perfecting it. But if revealing our secrets will help you uncover the truth behind what happened, then it will be well worth it. We should go somewhere else if we're going to discuss our magic tricks. We'll go speak with the guards, and in the meantime, you can go investigate the stage and the seating areas.
All right, let's go have a look while the investigation teams are still here. Detective Paimon is on the case.
אוקיי, דטקטיב פיימון. אם את חושבת שיש לך את הקייס, נראה את זה.
Hello, officer. How's the investigation going?
I see. You must be the traveler that Lady Farina mentioned. Listen, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I'd avoid getting mixed up in this whirlpool of a mess if I were you.
Huh? What do you mean?
Come with me and you'll see. The deceased is one of Linny's assistants named Cal. Even though he hadn't joined the troop long, he was hardworking and everyone generally liked him. The assistants are usually in charge of setting up and inspecting the props, as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd engaged. As you probably saw when you were in the audience, the water tank suddenly fell and smashed the box with Cowl inside it.
Okay.
This is the real mystery. We've already searched the scene and were unable to find any traces of the girl. However, if you look carefully, the box was positioned directly under the water tank. The ropes holding the tank were then burned by the pyrotechnics on stage, causing them to snap. All these factors lining up so perfectly makes it hard to see this as a mere accident. If anything, the more logical explanation is that the whole incident was intentionally planned.
זה יכול להיות מוסבר למה בזמן ההופעה היה רטט כזה. ופיימון העירה שישמעו משהו.
Good friends of his?
Well, you can't say we're good friends, but we've known each other for a little while.
So in just a short time, he was not only able to win your trust, but even convince you to act as his attorneys. I know there's no such thing as magic. The real trick of a magician is holding the audience in the palm of their hand. I've seen a lot of cases, and I can tell you that people are the least reliable kind of evidence. Sorry, I tend to be pretty straightforward. Just know that I'm warning you for your own good. Anyway, you may investigate the scene of the crime yourselves if you're curious. Who knows, maybe you'll be able to come up with some new evidence.
נשמע איתם על זה. כאילו אני עכשיו מקבל תיק ראיות. לא. לא. חוב. טוב. או שניים. טוב. דחות.
So this is the rope that broke and caused the water tank to fall.
לא נראה קשור משהו.
How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks?
משה.
Why are you suddenly so serious, traveler? Whoa. Look! This bit is made from different material. Most of it was burned away, but there's still a little bit of it left.
זה נראה יותר כמו...
So if a rope meant to hold something was made with that kind of material in it, then that means... Wait! Paimon should write all this down! Let's take notes!
נחתך מזיקוקים. מעניין, אבל... טוב. שלום יאיר. לא יכלתי להיות בלייב. כן. טוב, יש פה מפתח, בוא נשאר את המפתחים קצת.
The investigation team has some new findings. Turns out there's an issue with the random number selector after all.
See, I told you. What if the machine picked some big guy's seat? You think the murderer would have still made his move then?
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Linny and Lynette with their side of the investigation. What were you saying about the number selector? There's something wrong with it?
You're trying to help them? That'll be a tall order.
Linny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his performance, right? The lucky girl that later disappeared. Well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine, so we had it taken away for further inspection.
Okay. It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. The machine picks that same number every time. I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat, regardless of whether it's a trial or some performance. In other words, Linny knew who would be sitting where from the very beginning.
That much checks out. Linny reserved our seats for us too.
Bet you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Linny.
Okay.
Even though it's bad for Linny's case, Paimon had better write it down.
טוב. יש אותו עכשיו. החשוד המיידי.
What are you investigating?
Oh, this location has also been cordoned off because the Magic Troop members are currently considered prime suspects. The investigation team is still collecting evidence. The seats were all booked in advance, so we were able to deduce the missing woman's identity by checking the guest list. Sure, it's not like this is confidential information. We will publish it later anyway when we petition the public to help us find the missing person. Her name is Halsey. She's a painter from Fontaine who's made a bit of a name for herself. Apparently, she wasn't a regular at the Opera House, but she'd been feeling some pressure with her work lately, which made her decide to come see the magic show. The Magic Troop members all claim not to know her. We have looked into her social connections. It seems that she has no personal grievances or conflicts of interest with the suspects. Simply put, she wasn't related to the Magic Troop at all, which matches the features of the previous serial disappearances.
Were the victims of previous cases also chosen at random?
That's how it seems to us, in any case. Apart from the fact that they were all young women of around the same age range, there really weren't any other connections between them.
Okay then.
No need to be so formal. If you do happen to see the missing girl, please be sure to contact us. It is of utmost importance that we get to the bottom of these disappearances.
אוקיי, על מה? צריך לבדוק, למצוא ראיות בקשר לעלמה עצמה. טוב. טוב, נלך לפה.
Whoever the murderer was, they must have made preparations well beforehand. This rope was people needed to register and reserve a seat for the show. Why would it be him? How strange.
טוב. טוב.
Lenny's still talking to the guards. It seems he'll have a lot of explaining to do. I think someone will be assigned to monitor us later, but that's all right.
נדבר עם מור.
Lenny's still talking to the guards. I think someone will be assigned.
טוב. צריך לאסוף מלא ראיות. הקופסה. לא חקרתי עדיין את הקופסה מספיק. לא. טוב. בוא נראה עכשיו.
I see that you're investigating the area. Well, it just so happens that I'm interested too. If you find any new and interesting leads, be sure to share them with me, all right?
We don't have too many thoughts yet.
Then why don't I tell you my hypothesis first? The way I see it. And I'll start it with that loud thud.
The thud? Oh, you mean the sound that happened during the countdown?
רגע, אם יש זיקוקים, יכול להיות ש...
It wasn't terribly loud, but I suspect that most people heard it.
איך קוראים לו?
It's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Lenny's trick with bated breath, so no one paid it much mind. But now that the incident has happened, the thud has become an important clue.
That makes
רגע,
sense.
ימדה עוסקת ב...
What do you make of it?
ימדה.
I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Lenny's accomplice. Lynette, perhaps, jumping atop the water tank or something like that. And when the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope, sending the water tank crashing down.
Okay.
Wasn't the noise we heard too loud for that?
Perhaps the balance wasn't right, leading to a particularly rough landing. Oh, that's true. I suppose I must reconsider.
That does remind Paimon, though. What was with that sound?
כן, היה סאונד.
Whoever the murderer was, they must...
למה זה כל פעם פותח את זה? אפשר לחקור את זה. טוב. צריך לאסוף עוד ראיות. אסור לפספס פה כלום. אוקיי. לאסוף את הראיות ו... טוב. לא.
Whoever the murderer was. Whoever the murderer.
טוב. אני צריך להתקדם. זה לא פה.
Whoever the murderer was.
מצאתי את כמעט את... די, מה יש לזה? למה זה כל שנייה נכנס? זה R2. לא R. אני אפילו הטרבלר ולא שמתי לב. די. טוב.
Hey, you! Yes, both of you! Over here! I've been keeping an eye on you for a while now.
Huh? You mean us?
That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who wish to cut down the thorns and pursue the truth. No. And by the looks of it, you're not from Fontaine.
Well, you're right on the moor about that one, but who are you?
Have you never heard of the Spina di Rosula? From mediating disputes and providing protection to solving conundrums. You name it. Spina di Rosula does it. And I, Navia, have the honor of being its renowned president.
A man in back.
Those who play by our rules call me boss.
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
And I'm Melus. Demoiselle's various daily needs are under my purview.
וואי, זה כל יש לו.
Boss? Demoiselle? What gives with the names?
Well, I am the second generation president. Melus and the others are still used to my previous title.
My apologies, Demoiselle. Should you prefer, boss, I will endeavor to use that instead.
No need. You don't have to call me boss. Just Navia is fine.
Okay. If you say so. Not that we're members of Spina di Rosula anyway.
All merely trifling details. Never mind. Now, back to the situation at hand.
Nevilla.
That's right. I've always kept an eye on the serial disappearance cases. My interest stems from a matter back from my father's time. Judging from the look of things, I find Linny and
Really? We think so too. That's why we're looking for clues now.
אני קצת מתקשה בשמות.
But how did you come to that conclusion?
Intuition, naturally. My unparalleled intuition. Farina sure was quick to point the finger at Linny without any decisive evidence whatsoever, wasn't she? But that's not uncommon for her. If you remember, the justice had to interrupt her and ask if she was pressing charges just to keep her from getting carried away. Anyway, a trial begins the moment someone levels charges. And, of course, there was no way Farina was going to back down in that situation.
Sounds more like you just don't trust the Hydro Archon.
Well, what's your opinion? I must admit that she can be interesting at times, but liking her doesn't mean that I'll blindly agree with her. All right, I've answered your question. Now, it's time you answer mine.
Wait a minute, did that answer count?
Well, I say it does. But don't worry, you won't hear any pointless questions from me. In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like it's an opera?
Well?
And why would that be?
נגיד... הרצ'ו...
See, Silver and Maloose? I told you they'd be different.
Most astute of you, demoiselle. I too think that the traveler's response was most excellent. No matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the audience's expectations may be, the trials that go on stage here must be...
יכול להיות שהיא הפילה את המתקן הזה? אני חושד בה. כי ההתקפה שלה זה מטריה שיעור הכדור. אז זה קל מאוד להתנגש באנשים ולהרוס משהו כזה. כמו שאני אומר עכשיו ספוילר ענק באמצע.
I can be the assistant, sure. Or your companion if you like. I'm really not that fussy.
That's more like it.
Far be it from me to brag, but I believe that Demoiselle's intuition will be instrumental in uncovering the truth. You wish to save a friend from false accusations, and we wish to unravel the disappearances. In this sense, our goals are aligned.
Okay.
You have a point. You're quite the talker, aren't you, mister? And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like you've got something on your mind.
I have nothing to add.
Silver.
Oh, alrighty then.
We'll be making some preparations first. Just be sure to let us know if they start revealing Lenny's tricks. Thanks!
Okay. טוב. נשאל את היצור המוזר הזה. מה זה אמור להיות? חתול או שזה... כלב ים, מה זה? מה זה היצור הזה לעזאזל?
Sorry, but no one can freely enter or exit the opera house at the moment. If you wish to leave, you must register your identity with us first.
No, we're not leaving. We're representing Lenny and Lynette as attorneys, so we're...
אני עדיין מנסה להבין מה אני רואה.
Chief Justice gave the order, everyone coming in or out must undergo a strict inspection.
תפסיקי לדבר כמו רובוט.
This girl couldn't have left from here, at least not from that point on. I doubt there was much opportunity then either.
How can you be so sure?
Well, because I was in charge of security near the entrance at that time. I couldn't see Lenny's performance from here, which was quite a shame. Just my luck. But still, I did not abandon my post, and I stayed put no matter how loud the applause was. If someone had so much as even approached the door, I would have noticed it, let alone if they had tried to leave. We Melusines are good at that sort of thing, you know.
So, it's safe to say the girl couldn't have left through here. Alright, thank you for your help. This will be useful info.
אוקיי. אף אחד לא עזב את ה... אוקיי. פרט מעניין.
Paimon wonders how Lenny's discussion with the guards is going. Let's go see, shall we? Ooh, things are getting interesting, huh? We're about to see how magic is made.
בוא נראה.
Understood. Then I will be going with you. Just so you're aware, I will be monitoring your actions and making notes as necessary.
Very good. Thanks for being so agreeable. I'd pull a rose out of my hat as a gift for you if I could.
You may spare the pleasantries. I'm just doing my job.
You've arrived. Who's this?
Me? I'm Spina di Rosula's guardian angel. If you've got a problem, I've got the firepower. Sorry.
איך אני אומר את זה? איך אומרים את השם שלה?
Call me Navia. I'm a partner of
נדיה.
and we'll be helping
שלום נדיה.
investigate this whole situation. And these are my companions. Would you mind if they join as well?
Fine by me.
Oh, new helpers? I would be most grateful.
Well, let's just say we're tagging along. It's not every day you get to see the secrets behind magic performed on such a large scale.
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
אני לא זוכר אם זימנתי על נדיה פעם.
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box, prepared specifically for this switcheroo trick. But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here?
אוקיי. יכול להיות שהיא לא מתה והיא נמצאת בתוך הקופסה עדיין.
I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand the methods used to perform it more easily.
Huh. Weren't there balloons and other decorations here? Where did all that go?
Ah, good eye. That said, you're still far from discovering the answer.
The back? You mean the inside of the door? What's different about it? Paimon didn't notice anything.
Very good indeed. I thought you might not be able to catch that, given that you were sitting in the first row. The back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board. So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you get?
Wait. עוד קופסה.
Exactly. All right, let's go. I'll tell you how it works as we head down.
כאילו זה אמור להיות קופסה עם מעבר מתחת לאזור הכיסאות. ואז אתה יכול לרוץ ככה אבל בלי שום בעיה.
I knew you'd figure out most of it as soon as you saw this place. The 2 magic boxes are positioned right above the 2 entrances of the tunnel. See this flatbed trolley? The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over to the other side using the trolley.
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in the right direction.
אוקיי, בגלל זה כל כך מהר המעבר. אוקיי.
So that's the purpose of the box inside another box.
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved along the trolley, all while the outer box would remain on stage as if nothing had ever changed.
So that's how you did it!
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through this device here, with which it would complete the rest of the steps. The audience member would only be able to feel some slight movements in the dark, and by the time she walked out, she would already be back on stage.
Right! You were talking that whole time, and you even came out for a moment near the end!
Ah, yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette was used to achieve that effect. My assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown began, I had already gone to the opposite box via a tunnel using that ladder.
And what about Lynette? Where was she?
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Oh, interesting!
That's how we were able to coordinate Linny's lines with the assistant. And, by the way, I was the one who walked out of the box at the end.
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes and no one can tell who's who. And that's my favorite part of this trick. Only Lynette and I can perform it.
So that's how it all worked! Wow! Every detail you revealed was more amazing than the last!
Lynette would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in, jumping into the tunnel and escaping before the box on the trolley could finish ascending. And then I walk out of the other box in the audience area, and the trick would be complete. The operative word here being would. But as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience member. She, on the other hand, mysteriously vanished.
We really don't know how that happened.
If not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing trick. I probably never would have figured out how you pulled it off. And yet, to think that someone was able to use this magic trick to commit a crime. Could we have a look around? I think we can come up with some more leads.
This is the scene of the crime, so Linny and Lynette are not permitted to stay here. I'll escort them back up.
Yes, of course. No need to be so strict now. I won't disappear into thin air, you know.
Thanks, everyone. We're counting on you.
אוקיי. קיבלתי את כל המסמכים בקשר לטריקים. יש פה דברים מעניינים. טוב. טוב. בתור בלש טוב אתה חייב לאסוף כל ראייה.
What's this?
Looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope. Huh? There's all kinds of odds and ends here.
Perhaps it was a prop for a different trick. But why would it have been left here?
כן, באמת לא אמור להיות פה.
Whatever it is, let's make a note of it first.
The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Speaking of which, why would there be water here?
Yeah.
Oh, Paimon knows! It's one of those tricks where you pour water into a jug and then flip the jug over only for the water to disappear? And here's a broken vase. Huh. Did the trolley knock it down while moving?
That can't be. The trolley moves along tracks from start to finish. It couldn't have hit the vase at this distance.
Let's note this down too and think about it later.
מה זה הסמלה הזאת?
Oh, these are the clothes that the lady chosen from the audience was wearing, right? Her clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be found.
Yeah.
Right. And do you really need to do that if you're kidnapping them? Ugh, this is so confusing. Paimon doesn't want to be a detective anymore.
Yeah. אם הסמלה פה, והגופה לא נמצאה. אז זה אומר משהו אחד. הבן אדם לא מת. טוב. טוב. טוב, השלמתי את זה. יש פה עוד משהו. תעלת עברור.
What is this place?
It's the vent.
It seems someone could fit through here.
Huh. Could this have been the suspect's escape route?
Alone, perhaps. But if they had to pull another person with them, the space would be too narrow.
But there are no other ways in or out of here. Oh, you're right! Let Paimon write that down.
Okay. אפשר להיכנס לוונט לראות מה יש בפנים.
Seems we're just about done investigating down here.
Yes, let's head back up.
טוב. יש מספיק. ראיות פה. חותכות ולמצוא את זה. בואו, לעלות למעלה.
Well, we've ascertained the state of the crime scene. Let's find a place to sort out our findings once Malus returns. It seems to me that there are several things that don't add up here.
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle.
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal escape through the vent?
They believe the odds of that are very low, since the vent leads to the Opera House's basement. The guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the basement during the performance or after the incident, and no one was found hiding there.
So the tunnels become like a secret chamber then! You know, like the kind you usually see in novels!
The plot thickens. Halsey's disappearance and Cowell's death are both quite inexplicable. No wonder Farina was so confident in her accusation. All the current evidence points toward Linny and Lynette.
In other words, the charges are very likely to be upheld unless we make some considerable progress.
Charges and then trial. So if the charges are upheld, they'll announce a sentence?
That's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. During the proceedings, the Chief Justice and the Oratrice will hear statements from both sides. That's right. This is how indemnitium is produced. The statements from both sides, the defenses from attorneys, witness testimonies, and even the audience's emotions will all be projected on the Oratrice. To put it simply, it's as if the Oratrice has its own will, and is a judge in its own right.
This also precludes any kind of favoritism on the part of the Chief Justice. And not that this has ever happened anyway.
Once both sides have finished speaking, the Chief Justice will make his final decision. This, too, will be used by the Oratrice as a reference. Then, finally, the Oratrice will be consulted by officials. The result it returns is the will of justice itself.
Huh? So that machine is the one that actually decides? Paimon thought Neverlet called the shots.
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come to the same judgment. Which is why... yes, the guards also asked me to convey that none of us will be allowed to leave this place before the trial.
Huh? Why?
Because we've chosen to act as the twins' proxies. That makes us persons related to the case.
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside parties, or that we might find outside help to disrupt the case. And even if that were not so, it could prove problematic if we happen to spread key information about the case ahead of time.
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Whoa, whoa! There's no need for that! Paimon thinks they have a point! That said, are they providing food?
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack of options. I'm afraid that catering to all tastes is not in the cards, nor is any guarantee of balanced nutrition.
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together here. Pity. I was hoping to take you to try some of Fontaine's famous desserts, too. I mean, what better way to properly think through our findings than over some tea and sweets?
So.
Huh. Breaking out suddenly doesn't seem like such a bad idea after all. Just kidding, just kidding. Paimon will still do her best, even if there are no snacks.
What do you mean, no snacks? Of course we'll have snacks. If we cannot buy some, then we'll simply make some.
Huh? But how?
Understood, mademoiselle. Everyone, please come with me.
אוקיי. הולכים להביא חטיפים?
Wait, you're carrying a portable stove with you?
Yes, I must be prepared to meet the demoiselle's baking needs whenever the fancy strikes her.
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the ready.
סוכר וביצים.
Good work, you two. Then I'll get to it. Please sit tight for a moment. You'll get to taste my awesome snacks soon enough.
הולכים לעשות...
Quite the interesting group.
קרם בורלה, זה מה שהולכים לעשות. מקרונים. מקרונים גדולים בגודל של פיימון.
I was applauding.
And I was giving encouraging smiles.
Paimon was just thinking, aren't you worried about getting your fancy dress dirty, beating egg whites and baking like this?
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can only read books, sip tea, ride horses, and play the piano. I just really enjoy making snacks. Don't underestimate beating egg whites, by the way. It's a real arm workout. You also need to beat them to just the right consistency, or your macarons will crack. Anyway, give these a try, fresh out of the oven. There's 3 for each of us.
Only 3?
Well, eating too many sweet treats might send all that sugar to your head. You wouldn't be able to think clearly about the case on a sugar rush, would you?
This is Demoiselle's favorite, strong black tea with a floral fragrance that clears the mind and lifts the spirit. No need for concern, I'm merely doing as I should.
אוקיי, קיבלתי מקרונים חינם, אז למה לא? תביאו עוד.
Down to business. As Paimon mentioned previously, the tunnel seems to be something of a secret chamber. However, we can assume that Linny and Lynette were not alone within it. Some criminal also occupied its sealed confines. The magician twins could have committed the crimes, of course, but they lack any logical motive.
Exactly! Why would they do such a thing right when everyone was watching?
The flower vase and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between Halsey and the criminal in the tunnel, resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her clothes, and her abduction. Perhaps the criminal thought that since she was chosen from the crowd, she would be too easy to identify if she was still wearing the same clothes.
Paimon thinks that makes sense, but the real trouble is...
True. None of the clues we found thus far support the existence of this third person. But the only people left to consider are both technically victims, whether it's the missing girl, Halsey, or poor Cowl.
Huh. Could Halsey have secretly made modifications to the magic props?
That's right. And even if she had tampered with the setup, she would need to understand the entire trick to pull it off. Nor does she have any motive. The guard said that she has never had any dealings with the magic troop's members.
Were we not thorough enough in our search? From the sound of things, this is turning into an impossible case. Your macarons are amazing though, Navia. They smell great! They're nice and crisp and super sweet!
They are my specialty after all. And I see you've already had 5 of them.
What? 5? Oh, that can't be right. Paimon only counted 3, honest!
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few less sweets might actually be a good thing.
No. Being greedy is one thing, but Paimon knows how to count.
איך דוחפים לפיימון סוכר בלי סוף.
Too many, then others wouldn't have enough. Wait, even you don't believe Paimon? How could you? If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons, then may they turn into stone in her stomach.
All right, we get it. Well, I suppose one of us might have gotten too engrossed in our chat, eaten them by mistake. No big deal. Malus, set up the stove again, if you would.
Huh? What are you doing?
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course.
Exactly. We don't want to trouble you.
As you wish, demoiselle.
דוחפים לפיימון.
I have the egg, sugar and almonds.
וואי, ואבוי.
Well, this really is your hobby, huh?
להכין מקרון רק סוכר וביצים? וואו.
Well, that's it for snack time. I'm going to have another look around the area. I don't know what we're looking for yet, but we've still got some time. As attorneys, I suggest the 2 of you think the case over again. It would be awkward if you got all tongue-tied on stage during the trial.
Thanks for your help, and for the snacks.
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Malus, it's time to go. I'll be back if I find anything new.
Okay.
Alright, it's time to put our heads together. We've got to get our defense ready for the trial. Oh, it's probably gonna be a long and difficult case. There's no point in worrying about that now. We just need to prepare. Here, take Paimon's notes. They should help you review the situation.
אני יודע שיש דרך כלשהי לעלות למעלה. מקום של פריגו. זאת תהיה השוואה. אבל אתה צריך כמה דמויות לעשות את זה. אתה צריך דמות שעפה ואיך דמות שעולה למעלה. כי לטפס אי אפשר. טוב. טוב, נרוץ יומיים מראש. טק 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 שעון צובר. זה 8 בבוקר. 8 עד 10. משהו כזה. קח כמה שניות. זהו, נפתחה המשימה. טוב, כל כך מהר שיפצו פה.
Good plan. Impossible things don't just happen. We'll get to the truth one way or another.
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lenny and Lynette, at least we will be supporting them from the stands. Besides, I doubt Farina understands any more about what happened than we do.
Thanks, Navia. Well, we'll be going then.
Best of luck to you.
Oh.
Ah, finally, you're back. Well, how did your investigation go?
To be honest, you might be disappointed.
No. We're already very grateful that you were willing to help.
Well now, don't you all look disappointed. Don't tell me that your investigation came up empty-handed. That was to be expected, of course. The guilty can never produce proof of their innocence. But don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly disappointed should you, my most anticipated foe, concede so easily.
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial regarding the magic show incident is now in session. Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the incident, could we please have Mr. Linney explain the trick?
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage. All the necessary items have been prepared.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Linney. In that case, I take your statement to be that you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus could not have committed the crime. Is this correct?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution. Lady Farina, do you wish to refute his statement in any way?
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Linney is clearly lying. There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell. In fact, I'd say you were hardly in that tunnel at all.
That is simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Oh, is that so? And if I may ask, what did you hear while you were inside your box?
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation for the finale.
And you didn't hear anything else at all? Nothing that might leave an impression of any kind?
No, nothing.
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud. One so loud that I believe practically everyone heard it.
Huh?
Hey, hang on. Something's not right here.
Gosh. Oh.
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud from inside the box.
I was right by the box and I definitely heard the thud.
Look at those scales. Could those mean...
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the words of the magician himself. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. Indeed, it seems his alibi can also collapse in the blink of an eye. Of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my foundations are rock solid. Tell me, aren't you and Lynette actually from the House of the Hearth?
The House of the Hearth?
מתכוונת לפתוי?
No wonder they did something like this.
So the serial disappearances were the Vtuber's doing. Now it all makes sense.
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably wasn't just an
אני
accident.
חותרת פה לעשות.
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
Indeed. Then perhaps you could tell us everything that happened during that 1 minute. Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is little that needs to be kept secret now. Unless your script already has holes in it. The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the infighting and discord, I suppose. This was almost too easy.
Okay.
Good thing I made all those preparations.
עכשיו פיצול אישיות? מה זה?
Last night is really paying off.
Hey, Linny, why didn't you tell us this before?
Order! Order! Mr. Linney, allow me to re-establish the facts. Lady Farina has raised 2 points. First, when the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor... the tunnel. Second, you and Ms. Lynette are both members of the House of the Hearth. Are these claims true?
משהו מוזר לי פה.
Please answer my question, Mr. Linney.
I'm sorry. Yes, they're true, Your Honor.
I knew it!
Oy.
That's it. We might as well move on to the sentencing already.
What should we do now?
Granted. In that case, what is your request?
Is that really necessary? They're already as good as guilty.
The defendant deceived
their
their own attorneys. What is there left to discuss?
Order! Order, I say! Your request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn. This trial will reconvene in 1 hour.
So you would stick to Mr. Linney's defense even after knowing what you do now? You certainly have more professionalism than I thought. In that case, my dear audience, let's allow the joy of victory to steep for a little while longer.
Well, this is awkward. I didn't think the Hydro Archon would dig all that up. I'm sorry, Traveler and Paimon.
Yeah, sorry.
Paimon doesn't know where to start. We trusted you two. We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you weren't bad guys. Not to set the wrong tone or anything, but Paimon's really mad!
I'm very sorry. I know you're angry, and reasonably so, but please, let me explain. I know you've clashed with the Vtuber several times before. I wouldn't be surprised if just hearing the word is enough to make you upset. But our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers have very different personalities and goals.
Right now, we want to save people. As many as we can.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might face. I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, we could become good friends. That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you, but chose to hide some details instead. The truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than we need to. Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, if I were you, I fear that I'd even struggle to trust me at this point. You met a Vtuber who works as a magician, a trickster by trade. All by coincidence, too. But still, I'm asking you to trust me. I am no criminal. At least, not in this case.
Sorry. Please forgive us.
Well, you both say that, but... Right. Let's hear your answer first, and no lies now.
אוקיי. זה שהם לא אמרו לי שהם Vtuber לשעבר.
We've been trying to find out how the Org Trace operates. We want to know why it has a consciousness. Why can it deliver sentences accurately? During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath it. From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick with the objective of getting close to the core.
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core is stored.
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute this step.
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about to investigate, I heard someone's voice. Which should have been impossible, of course. I was quite certain that I was the only one in the room. That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of caution and retreated the way I came. On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground, but the countdown was almost finished, so there wasn't time to give it any thought. After that, the homicide occurred just as you saw.
Okay.
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can about this nation's secrets in order to deal with that prophesized crisis.
That's the only way we can save everyone.
So, there you have it. The whole truth. I swear, I didn't hide anything from you this time. It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mistrust either. But, like I said earlier, you can be the judge. If you want to leave because you don't trust the Vtuber, there's nothing I can do to stop you.
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for giving us a chance.
The current problem is that the scales are tipped pretty badly against you two. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're gonna need a seriously watertight defense. Huh? Oh, Paimon thinks she gets what you mean.
Okay. יש לי כמעט את כל הרעיון. כן, צריך לתת להם הזדמנות. להאשים אותם ישר במשהו שהם לא עשו, אז לא נמצא את האמת. וזה נותנים להם צ'אנס. טוב, קדימה. בואו נסיים את המשפט המיותר הזה.
Both parties have returned to their positions. Let us continue the trial. When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue stating her reconstruction of the events.
That took long enough. Now then, if everyone would lend me their attention. At this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linney's perspective.
Okay.
As the countdown began, he entered the tunnel. When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altercation with Halsey, which caused the loud thud. He did not realize that this sound could be heard by everyone in the opera house, which is why he claimed earlier that he could not hear the sound. Finally, he used the vase to knock her out, before making her change clothes to prevent others from recognizing her. At this time, Cowell arrived in the tunnel, having heard that strange noise, and caught Linney red-handed. So Linney proceeded to knock him out too before stuffing him into that box. Afterward, Linney passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through the magic box in the audience stands, before operating the devices such that Cowell's death would be ruled an accident. And there you have it. That's the truth behind what happened.
Okay.
Does the defendant's side have any objections to Lady Farina's description of the events?
זה נשמע מעוות, אבל זה לא...
The key to refuting Lady Farina is the order of events, what Linney experienced and what he saw.
כן, זה קצת יותר מאתגר. אני נכנס לפשלות פה. He's not everyone. כן. יש את הוונט, שזה לא... אוקיי.
Seems this won't produce a particularly effective rebuttal.
Yeah. No one area.
Seems this won't produce a particularly effective rebuttal.
So weird at a magic trick. Okay.
See.
איך לא? מה זה חייב להיות זה? מתחיל לנחש, אני לא מבין. טוב, דבר ראשון. לא יכול להיות. זה הייתה חליפה. אוקיי.
According to Lenny, he left via the vent after entering the tunnel. He couldn't have had that altercation with Halsey.
אף אחד לא יכול לעזוב את הוורס.
Lenny went to the room that contains the Oratrice's core. This is the actual truth.
Okay.
Lenny did not take part in the underground altercation. He only witnessed traces of the aftermath.
Attention! Ace Detective Paimon has something to say! When the countdown started, Lenny did indeed go into the tunnel. But he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement, which is where the underground core of the Oratrice is stored. Once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have been an empty room. Since he felt something was amiss, he returned immediately. The crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel again, and in order to complete the magic trick, he did not remain there for any length of time.
אוקיי, זה מתחיל להתפתח.
Finally, he reached the surface, and that was when the accident happened from his point of view. Therefore, he's innocent.
Select. אוקיי, הצלחתי. יאללה, לסיבוב הבא.
That's right!
My reasoning?
Can.
If that's the case, then if Cowell hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to kill? Assuming that what you say is true, Lenny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case. What would the point of killing someone on stage be?
Oh, they have a point.
That's right, you tell them! And that's why they're partners of mine. They've managed to turn things around. Oh, well, your denial is very strident, I'll give you that. But what... Of course I do.
If he had been in the magic box the whole time, how could he have not heard that sound? Why do you ask? You're saying that he wasn't?
ראיתי כי יש כלי נשק. שישתמשו יש פה משהו אחד שאין לי אותו, זה מוזר.
That's right! Lenny wasn't in the box or in the tunnel. That's why he didn't hear anything strange during the performance. This means that when the crime happened, Lenny had already entered the basement via the vent. The same clue you used to disprove his alibi has now become the best proof! How do you like that?
Well played. To think you'd use such logic. Well then, if it wasn't Lenny who committed the crimes, then who was it?
So.
Could there have been a third person involved? Is that really... The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. Or did she have her own scheme all along? The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. Could there have been a third person involved? Is that really a possibility?
היא לא יכולה להיות, היא נעלמה. אבל שהיא נעלמה, נשאר חליפה. שלושה אנשים, כן. אבל אני זוכר שנפלה מסכה, אוקיי.
The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment.
הוא אחראי לחפצים. אז יכול להיות שהוא תכנן... הוא יכול לפגום בהם, אז יכול להיות שזה הגיוני.
That can't be right. Are you serious?
that so? How interesting! Let's hear your reasoning then.
What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowell did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator to victim.
Yeah. Okay.
The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal.
כן, חייב להיות רעש.
The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Linny as well.
יש לי רעיון. קודם, אני מאמין. מה אומרים על הוונט? לחצתי על הוונט.
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so there must have been some fear that she would attract attention.
טוב. רגע, הכל בסדר. דבר ראשון, היה רעש.
The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal.
טוב.
The deceased's name is Cowell. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so there must have been some fear that she would attract attention.
No. No.
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so there must have been some...
משהו.
It would have been tough for both people to fit into that.
No correct. זה לא נכון. וואו, זה הוריד הרבה. טוב. טוב, הרעש לא היה אמור להיות.
No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. So where would the criminal have wanted to take Halsey?
לקח אותה לתוך הוונט. טוב. קודם קרינים על...
The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment.
The... ונט, לא, ונט זה בסוף, אני אומר, לא, ונט זה לקראת הסוף, צריך לחשוב, כן.
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so there must have been some fear that she would attract attention.
טוב, החטיפה הייתה כאילו... לא, לא נראה שאני אקח את הסיום, אז... טוב.
The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal.
אוקיי, הבנתי. יש לי פה את הבול 3 דברים שאני צריך. דבר ראשון,
No one entered or left the opera house.
איפה הוונט? לא, עשיתי טעות נוספת.
The sound we heard may have come from a Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel.
אוקיי, אני יודע שהרעש זה מקום שני. אז זאת אומרת שהוונט עשה את הרעש.
They would likely have bumped into The deceased's name is Cowell. Linny's assistant. No one entered or left the opera house through its.
So. Okay.
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so there must have been some fear that she would attract attention.
שאני לא קורא. חושב שזה נכון?
Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time.
לא.
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble figuring things out?
I see how it is.
Look, since we're at a dead end, why not consider just like the trick as it transpired, the end result must have been utterly different from the magician's initial design.
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits, and none of them. And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real live person disappear. You know, like you did from that water tank, Lynette.
Excuse my interruption, dear opponents. But do you not
היא
see
אמרה
that
פה
the crowd
משהו.
is growing impatient?
לברוח
There is
מהמים,
no
כן.
greater sin in this opera house than an awkward delay in the performance.
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. The deceased's name is Cowell.
Water.
The vase was not broken by chance.
היא אמרה שהבריכה קסם רטוב, כאילו.
Paimon gets it! It all comes together if Halsey
רינה צרכה לי את הרמז.
Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes behind. If there's a similar method where a person could be transformed into water...
Just a moment, please. I do hope you know how preposterous you sound at the moment. How could a person ever be transformed into water? This is reality we're talking about here, not some magic trick. Must we really? I should think that of anyone. Your friend Linny already know magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and misdirection. But Halsey's disappearance is very real. We're talking about two completely different things.
Even so, I trust the traveler's judgment. The truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning may open if we try to gather all the focal points that don't make sense. Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at his belongings, would it?
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end
כן, היא לא כזאת חכמה רביולי. אנחנו מדברים איתה. יש לה גם... יש לה פיצול אישיות. אתה רואה אותו כל 6 שניות. כאילו, מחשבות תחמניות שלה. וחוץ מזה שזה גם העולם של גנשי עם קסמים. אז שזה גם יותר מצחיק. כן.
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we feel must be shared with everyone post-haste. We discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's baggage, each labeled separately. The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are water from the primordial sea.
The primordial sea?
The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had an accomplice. The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword dissolve appears many times. One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. It is empty. The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey was chosen as some sort of test subject. As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is, in fact, supported by sufficient evidence.
You've got to be kidding! People dissolving into water?
Could something so ridiculous actually be true?
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but it's just a coincidence, isn't it?
Huh. If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And if Cowell was targeting that girl... Wait just a minute. Could that mean... You two, with me, quick!
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partners?
Let's go. Just trust me.
Order! Order!
Order!
It is undeniable that further examination of the deceased's personal effects has yielded some surprising results, but we cannot yet verify the veracity of these clues. Still, let us assume that these clues are indeed authentic, albeit with the understanding that Ms. Halsey has yet to be found. Guards, please continue examining the items along these lines. Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence, so please continue speaking.
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues can be connected together.
Right! Like the metal hook! That one didn't make sense at all. Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from the primordial sea.
טוב, חומר חדש לראיות.
The water from the primordial sea should already have been prepped before Halsey entered the magic box.
Okay. אוקיי.
I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box. Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. Did she have something to do with this?
No.
Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was instead some form of triggering mechanism.
קודם היה חוט שרוף, ממש עצובי.
The rope that held the water tank up was lit by the fireworks and snapped. As such, the focus here is on the water and not the tank.
Yeah. טוב.
The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment.
טוב.
The rope that held the water tank up was lit by the fireworks and snapped. The water from the primordial sea should already have been prepped before Halsey entered the magic box.
Okay. טוב. איך הוא ישתמש בזה?
I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box. Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. Did she have something to do with this?
No.
Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was instead some form of triggering mechanism.
אוק היה שם. לא, נראה לי שהאוק...
The water from the primordial sea should already have been prepped before Halsey entered the magic box.
לילה טובה ויולי. זה היה בפעם הבאה, נתראה בו. טוב, אולי אחר כך תצא.
I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box.
לילה טובה ויולי.
The water from the primordial sea should already have been prepped before Halsey entered the magic box.
טוב, כן, זה הולך להיות ארוך, אבל...
Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick. I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box. The water from the primordial sea should already have been prepped before Halsey entered the magic box. I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box. Lynette was in the magic box on
לא, שום דבר לא נכון. What's...
The rope that held the water tank up was lit by the... The rope that held the water tank up was lit by the fireworks and snapped. As such, the focus here is on the water and not the tank. Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic. The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box.
So.
The water from the primordial sea should already... The water from the primordial sea should already have been prepped before Halsey entered the magic box.
No.
The deceased's name is Cowell.
The
water from the primordial sea should already have been prepped before Halsey entered the magic box.
Rope and the number selector securing his target. When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box. When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial seed inside it would pour down and dissolve Halsey. Afterward, Cowell would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel, with the remaining evidence being covered up by the water tank on stage. But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel, and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank he meant to use to cover his tracks.
Huh, that does make sense.
That actually links together a lot of the more confusing pieces of evidence.
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound convincing now. Have I falsely accused an innocent person? What a humiliation.
Now, it seems like the only point of contention remaining is the exact circumstances that led to Cal's death. His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the situation.
On that note, the guards have just contacted me indicating that they uncovered new evidence. I shall now invite him on stage to share it with us.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other people involved in this case. And we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Linny's personal effects.
What?
That can't be.
how wonderfully comedic to have your own counterattack only to come back and wound you. Does this not clear all doubt? My dear citizens, my loyal audience, allow me to present my reasoning and bring this performance to a swift close. Linny did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Indeed, he did leave the scene via the vent.
Okay.
Having made modifications to the props beforehand, his accomplice Cowl then caused Halsey to vanish using the water from the primordial sea. But upon his return, in cruel avarice, Linny desired sole credit and prepared to do away with his partner in crime. Ultimately, he knocked Cowl out, and the tool meant to cover the crime up also became a murder weapon. Now, as much as I regret having come to such a viciously straightforward conclusion, it does seem that the famed Vtuber is quite the cold-blooded and ruthless organization. Am I right, Mr. Linny?
We've used up all the evidence we collected. There's no way for us to make a rebuttal here. Is this the end of the road?
No.
Oh no. Paimon can't think of anything either. It doesn't look like there's any way around this. Seems using the water as new evidence was too good a move. Why did this have to happen now?
I think
יורידה את הבחורה לגמרי.
And we have ample witnesses to my flawless reasoning. I believe this is indeed the finale. Now then, my good, noble Chief Justice, should we not, in your view, move... excuse me, everyone, but I must interject.
Miss, I must ask you not to shout and to respect the ongoing legal proceedings.
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here like to take a little break from all this debate and see a little magic? I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the flesh, right before your very eyes. Please, do the honors, Mr. Linny, if you would be so kind.
What in the world is she saying?
No offense, miss, but miracles like that are beyond my scope as a magician.
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often conceals the truth while presenting a fascinating illusion. But once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once again? And wouldn't such a trick be the most marvelous finale to today's performance? Come on, Linny and Lynette, give it another go. Don't worry, Spina di Rasula has made the necessary arrangements on your behalf. But as the magic makers and stars of the show, I think I should leave the final performance to you.
I understand.
And voila!
Sorry for the interruption.
Wait, isn't that Halsey? So the whole thing about people dissolving wasn't true after all?
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so would lessen my sentence. I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put on trial. I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me, and then before I knew it, she caught me.
That'll teach you to underestimate us three.
Where should I begin? I'm sorry. I'm the one who killed Cowl. I admit it.
What? Why?
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian, and I'm originally from Mondstadt. I heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy a ticket, so I stole one. That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there, and I'd never been caught before. But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Linny was the one who caught me in the act.
Hey, no wonder you look familiar. So you were the thief. Linny even mentioned that you were pretty skilled.
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then the number selector chose me. He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. I thought he was onto me for sure. So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee, but then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me. I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box. There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance costumes. I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
Can a person even hide in there?
But I swear I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, I swear it. Had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief, but I'm no killer.
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
This time, we need to tell the entire story from Lillian's perspective. See.
טוב.
The strange sound wasn't from a fight. It was Lily. The flower vase was not broken to cover anything up. It was smashed during the struggle between Lillian and Cowl. Lillian was afraid that she would be recognized if she left, so she changed clothes and hid, biding her time. Just what one...
And it's Ace Detective Paimon time!
I love Paimon.
Having been selected out of the blue, Lillian panicked. Her panic only intensified after she entered the tunnel and had water poured on her head. So she kicked the door open, producing the thud we all heard. Hearing the commotion, Cowl leapt into the tunnel, only to discover that Lillian had not dissolved. He did not know that Lillian was not from Fontaine, but was a thief who made her way in by stealing a ticket. Mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea needed time to take effect, he tried to force Lillian back into the box.
Wow.
The two broke the flower vase during the struggle, but Lillian came out on top, knocking Cowl out and putting him in the box. With no way of escaping, she changed her clothes and hid in the costume trunk until the performance ended.
הצדק נעשה. טוב. שסיימתי עם זה.
She would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward. So, she has been trapped in the opera house these last 2 days.
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped 2 of them right under our noses. Talk about a sneaky thief.
At this point, all the events that happened in the tunnel have now come to light.
Ah, so that's the whole story.
Bravo! Bravo!
Now then, Lady Farina, do you wish to speak against the defense's statements? Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such, I request that the prosecution not leave the room before the proceedings have concluded.
What? Are you reading my mind now? No, I have no further arguments. I admit defeat. But really, could you at least have left me with some dignity?
Wow, look at that! She's like a deflated balloon now.
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat the full sequence of events. The actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowell, selected his next victim from the audience reservation list.
Okay.
With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would be chosen. To cover up any evidence while committing the deed, Cowell thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman was dissolved. He also tampered with suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the cause the tank to drop
בלמנו אותה.
כי
יאנה הביאה מישהו שתבלום אותה. עכשיו הוא מסביר בדיוק מה קרה.
When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine, and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowell entered the tunnel and met Lillian. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided to proceed. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box, and thus became his own final victim. Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera house. As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the opera house.
כן, אני רק התחלתי את הסיפור ממש.
From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Linny
אולי נעשה את ההמשך גם בלייב.
innocent. While there is much in Linny and Lillian's conduct that should still be investigated separately, this case at least can be handed over to the Oratrice to make the final decision.
טוב. כן, המשפט דווקא היה חלק כיף דווקא.
As such, Linny and Lynette are officially declared not guilty.
יכול לעשות את זה בלילה פחות.
Great work, partners.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Next, I think we deserve an explanation, Guard Vaughn. How did you find the water from the primordial sea in Linny's baggage?
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know. Or was that not a discovery, but false evidence that you dared to bring before this court?
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny, but you, yes? I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen your sentence.
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket to Coupon Town.
I was just following orders. We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity to do so.
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, you have become a liability to Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know and seek the protection of the gods.
Yes, I'll tell you everything I know. Our boss discovered that the water can cause people to dissolve. It can also be made into a potion, which when extremely diluted, can cause people to experience unforgettable exhilaration. We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent mora off it. The disappearances were also the boss's idea. I mean, this is the boss we're talking about. The...
אוי ואבוי, מה זה היה? הוא נהפך למים.
And now we can no longer talk.
Such ruthlessness. I shouldn't have expected any less of them.
An outrageous act. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
טוב, לפחות סיימתי עם זה עכשיו, אני לא צריך לעשות את זה.
So, we're just going back now? That's true, but...
Traveler, Paimon, please wait.
Lenny...
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't even want to look at me. But still, let me thank you again for defending me to the end, even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui. I guess. But regardless, I'd like the opportunity to set things straight. I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself, just plain Linny this entire time. As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That's all. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
The Knave? The one who controls the House of the Hearth?
דווקא הלייב היה יותר ארוך משעתיים. אז לייב בערך 4 שעות.
That's right. And since we're here, I was wondering,
would you
mind hearing a story? It's about my past. Back when our parents first died, Lynette and I were left wandering the streets. To survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic. It took me several days to figure out how he pulled off his amazing tricks. I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner, and we began to perform magic tricks there. To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next meal would come from for a time. But I didn't want my sister to remain a street rat together with me forever. Before long, an aristocrat came to me and claimed that he wished to take us in after watching my performances.
So you went from orphans to nobility just like that?
That was how we felt at first too. As if fate was on our side and we could say goodbye to those painful days. But I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he was really after my talent for magic tricks. He would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would then use to expand his social circles.
That doesn't seem too bad either. Better than roaming the streets at any rate.
It took a while for me to realize just how dark his heart really was. After one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was not on the same return vehicle as me. I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. I went to that noble's bedroom and asked him about her whereabouts.
שנייה חוזר. אנשים הופכים למים במשחק הזה. מה עכשיו?
The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift. I mean, you'll be able to perform your magic regardless of who your assistant is, yes?
Oh no. So he was gonna... But wouldn't Fontaine's laws deal with such people?
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care, and they have their ways of escaping the eye of the law. I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person and hurried to the night. But by the time I leaped over the walls, avoided the guards, and made my way in, all I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood, and the knave standing there in the darkness.
So, she'd already taken care of that guy.
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls hidden in a basement, all of them orphans. Father, the knave, might have seen something in me, and so she made me an offer. The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none will ever betray you. Indeed, betrayal shall never be permitted here. I was hesitant to trust her. I had just been betrayed by nobles. But she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first, giving us back our freedom.
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
Wow. So
she has her own plans. She has gained permission from the Tsaritsa to first use the Gnosis' power once she obtains it. She plans to use it to find a way to break the prophecy and save Fontaine.
So, she believes in that prophecy too?
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis. Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water, thus further supporting the prophecy. Everyone at Hotel Bouffe d'été, including the knave, has their roots in Fontaine, and we will always defend our homeland. To us orphans, the only connection we have left to this world, apart from our family, is our homeland.
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets to huge schemes like stealing a...
It's all right. I understand. The only thing I can do is relate all this to you. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the House, I have never stopped making my own decisions, and that I believe what I'm doing is right. If you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find me. I will do my best to help you, as plain Linny.
Understand.
Bye, Linny!
Bye, Linny. סוף סוף. טוב. ננחש, אני יכול להמשיך את זה, אבל אולי פעם אחרת, זה ארוך מדי. כמה ווישס יש לי? וויש. לא, זה קופ. לא! לא. וויש. בוא ניכנס שנייה. וואי, נגעתי עכשיו בוויש, מה יש לי? זנגלי. יש להם אותו מדובב, אז... אני לא מבין מה ההבדל. לא הולך לזמן על אחד מהם עכשיו. טוב, בוא נקנה. טוב. זה ווישס. עוד וויש חדש. מגיע ל-30. יש לי כבר איזה 40 וויש שלא זכיתי, קיבלתי עם 4 דמויים.
Onwards. We have work to do.
טוב. מספיק להיום בגנשין. טוב, נראה לי שאני חותך כבר. זה נהיה ממש ארוך. אם אני אמשיך עוד קצת אני... קצת יתחיל להשתגע, אבל לא נורא. טוב, תודה לכל מי שהגיע לסטרים הזה. אני לא מסטרים כזה הרבה גנשין, אבל אם אנשים ירצו אז יהיה גנשין. תודה לאקי שקפצה לבקר, שזה היה די מפתיע. תודה לרביולי, תודה לכולם שהגיעו. ונתראה בלייב הבא. ביי טל. טל. כן. ביי כולם.